Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Wednesday, May 21st at 3:30, and I'll call this special meeting of the City Council of Carmel-by-the-Sea to order. We appreciate everyone's attendance this afternoon at this very important meeting where you have an opportunity to assist staff and the council determine what we should be focused on and how we will invest funds to get them accomplished. City Clerk, could you please call the roll and read the public comment policy?
Sure. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Buder?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Jermoff? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Here.
During special city council meetings, public comments are permitted only for items listed on the agenda. After each item on the agenda is introduced, the mayor will invite public comment on that item. Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak unless otherwise adjusted by the mayor. While stating your name is optional, it helps to identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants will be taken following comments from those in attendance. Those who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Thank you. So we're going to move right to orders of business. We have 3 items on the agenda today for today's meeting. The first item is receive the draft council priority project list and provide direction on the project list. Its estimated time is 45 minutes. We'll see if we can hit that. We haven't been doing that great of a time, but we're gonna get better over time. So I guess we're gonna kick it off with Brandon. I'd also, before we get started, I'd really like to thank the public, the council, our financial stewardship committee, staff. I mean, this is a lot of work to get to this point. We've had a couple meetings and they've been refining it as we go along, but this is the first time I've been through this on this side. And it's really incredible, the effort that this takes and the great job that everybody's doing. So thank you, everybody, for participating. Go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And if the friends downstairs in the room could put up on the screen, I would appreciate it. I promise my presentation will not be 45 minutes. So we are here. Perfect. Thank you, guys. We are here for a quick run through where we're at on your council priorities sheet. So just a little bit of a background here. This has been an evolving approach throughout the years. I've been with the city a little over 5 years now, and it has evolved in those 5 years and was evolving before I got here as well. Throughout the years, we've had varying levels of data included in the council's list of strategic priorities. Some of the versions have tried to quantify the number of hours per employee to do a project, what percentage of completion we were at, which department was responsible for things, and then we had some more basic versions as well. Most recently, council directed staff to work on approaching this from a more hierarchical format and providing a way to see each thing as a component of a larger priority, and also to come back with a simplified format. So at that meeting, Council asked Councilmember Barron kindly to work with staff, namely me, and he accepted that challenge. And we went and worked on a revised format that I'm going to share with you tonight. What we've come up with are basically formatting the priorities into 3 levels: strategies, priorities, and goals. And those goals are intended to be SMART goals, meaning that they're measurable, actionable, have timeliness. We all know what those are. Before I get to what they look like now, just a couple of notes on it. We have retained the 5 existing council strategies. Those are the highest level of the hierarchy. We did add one new one that's proposed, and that's something that will allow us to track those council plans. We have retained all council approved priorities. So in other words, all the words that were on your list, and we talked a lot about this, council's list versus what staff was proposing to add as either clarifying things or things that we thought were very important to add on some sort of tracker as well. We retained all the things that have previously been approved by council to be on your list. The words might have been changed slightly to make them fit into this new format, but rest assured, we didn't get rid of anything that you hadn't gotten rid of yourself at your previous meetings. All staff additions are marked with asterisks on the draft that's out right now. And again, this could be that we had to add something because we had a strategy and a goal, but we didn't have a priority level that it fell under, or in one of those sort of formulations there. Like I mentioned, there's going to look like there's a lot of staff additions, a lot of asterisks, but because we expanded this, sort of accordioned it out, an example is one of the council goals or priorities was beach infrastructure. That's really all it said previously. And the direction we got from council was, let's be more specific what that is. Let's talk about the components that go into this goal of beach infrastructure. And so that's where you're going to see under there 5 different things. You've got the 4th Avenue outfall, you've got the beach stairs, you've got the 8th Avenue sand ramp. We had to add those words in there. So that's why they have an asterisk next to it. It's not like we're just making stuff up willy-nilly. We did change to a target date only approach. So no completion percentages. We don't have note sections anymore. We tried to take the direction of simplifying it. What the target dates allow us to do is to communicate to council based on our staff knowledge, department heads, and Chip and myself, what we think our capacity will allow us to do to complete a certain goal. We'll report that. That'll stay on this sheet. And if we're not going to make those dates, then we're going to have a conversation with you all about that, why and when those dates will shift. And there certainly will be capacity conversations as part of that as well. Again, this is a draft, a revised draft of this format, and that's really what we're here for tonight, is not so much to get your feedback, although we welcome it, not so much to get your feedback on the actual goals and strategies, because that may take a little bit more massaging. But really what's most important for us tonight is to get your feedback on this new approach, the hierarchical approach, target dates only, anything else along those lines. But like I said, we're certainly welcome to receive any other feedback that you might have. So I just wanted to show you really quickly what you were working with before as a reminder. This is a snapshot of one of the 4 pages of the previous goals. We had, whether it was a high or low priority, what the name of the project was, an attempt to quantify the percentage complete, a lot of notes, and then a target completion percentage, or a previous completion percentage and recurrent completion percentage. So this is a snapshot of the previous format, and then we'll go through where we're at right now. So this is what Councilmember Barron and I worked on to bring to you for this conversation. This is, again, a draft. You can see it probably looks a little bit familiar. We tried to format it somewhat like our general plan so that it follows a similar structure. And when we're having conversations about strategies, priorities, and goals, we can use numbers to reference back to them very quickly. I think that will be helpful in the conversations as we have them throughout the years. So I'm just going to wheel through these really quick, and then we can go back through and talk about it. But you can see everything's still captured in here. The example that I gave in an earlier slide about us having to expand and add more words. So if you look at under S2, Strategy 2, Stewarding the Natural Environment, beach and infrastructure repairs and maintenance was a council priority. That was just listed in your already approved list. But you can see what we had to do in order to be able to show what it takes to accomplish that priority. We listed the goals that are measurable and things that are actually going to be accomplished. So everything in brown is something that can actually be accomplished, a thing that is to be done. And that's the structure of this as we go through from page to page. You can see all the headers, all the green strategies. Those are the big ideas, and it just tears down from there. We keep going. This last one, S6 or Strategy 6, implementing the city's adopted plans, this is something that we added. This is an effort to track all of these plans that we have, the housing element, climate action adaptation plan, forest management plan, and so on. You can see we tried to give you an example of what this might look like as we expand this out, because fortunately all these plans have a list of goals in them already, so we might as well keep them in one place so we can keep track of them. So the housing element certainly has a lot more than 4 goals in it, but this is just an example of things that we would track through this process, like adopting a water policy, an implementation plan for a certain program. So you can see that's the idea behind adding this 6th strategy into the worksheet. And of course, we retain the parking lot, your parking lot of things that are still important, but not urgent perhaps. They live in the parking lot and will continue to live here until they get pulled up into one of these categories up above. So what are the next steps? As I said, we'd really appreciate receiving feedback on this new format, and any other feedback you wish to share. Staff will then go and continue to work with Councilmember Barron to finalize this as necessary, including working with all of our department heads to add in those dates for when we come back. Then we will return to council for final approval of this list, and that will be what we use moving forward. So with that, I'm available for questions and any feedback.
All right. Go ahead. We'll start with Jeff.
Yeah, I just have just to amend, I would like to thank Brandon for all the work that he put in getting this done. You know, we've both been pretty busy over the course, as you know, over the course of the past month, and it's been a challenge to find time, but I think this is a really good effort. I would amend, and I know Brendan and I had a conversation about this, I would amend, we did slightly change some of the wording, and I'll give you an example. If you look at your sheet on G.2.2.2, it says certify LCP amendment for updated Carmel Forest Management Plan Coastal Commission. You know, the goal that the council had, the goal that was on the council sheet was do the Carmel Forest Management Plan. And when Brendan and I were talking at some length about how to put that particular goal into this plan, we made what I think is this good decision that Brandon had talked about turning it into a goal, but update the forest management plan didn't seem like it was really the appropriate endpoint of the project. So when we had choices, and you can see that we did this a little bit above with P2.1 as well, when we had choices or we weren't really clear like what the end of the goal was, where we would get 100% finish, we used the verbiage to indicate 100%. So this is after, you know, more community meetings and more feedback and more council discussion and all that. So this is the end point of G.2.2.2.
Thank you.
That's my comment. Again, thank you for all the work.
Just questions or comments?
Questions?
Questions?
And questions specifically on the format as opposed to specific priorities?
I think,
I think we're starting with the format.
if that's okay, I mean, if I can answer a question about a priority that would be helpful for the conversation, I'm happy to do it.
And I would say to Hans's question and Brandon's answer, I would say, you know, the example I just gave where we actually did update some of the words, I think that's fair game for us. I mean,
Yeah.
we have done a little bit of translation work here, and if you disagree with our translation, this would be an appropriate time to say that.
Yeah, I guess my one question is sort of in line with that. It's about the translation from the past version. Mm-hmm. I was under the impression from the last priorities meeting we had that we were going to include the bridge to everywhere as a priority. I remember a discussion about, you know, citizens, you know, when they take the lead on something, hey, let's run with it. And I think it's in the parking lot.
It is. That's right.
And so I was just wondering if do we think that we captured the council discussion on that, or I don't know.
Any other council people have an opinion on that? How you thought we ended with that? Bridge to everywhere?
I remember, I'm not a council member, but
well, you're sitting up here.
I remember that I thought we weren't going to do any more work, but we would continue with the momentum that we had, which was acting in a support role. And as I think that, you know, some of you have commented, so we stopped work on the draft lease with the Carmel Area Wastewater District, although we have still been attending in a listening role the meetings with the Bridge to Everywhere group. I know the mayor was scheduled to go. Catherine Wallace, one of our planners, has been going to those religiously. So, but I remember we were going to wait and see until we saw what the other priorities were. That was my recollection. But it's entirely up to the council.
I was a little surprised that it ended that way, but I think that's where it ended. Because I know we've just agreed to keep going to the meetings. I didn't know whether you had stopped working on the lease in the background or not, but it sounds like we have. So it's sort of not pause. We're engaged, but not taking direct action.
Are we allowed to make public comments?
We will after we finish this particular questioning process.
I would,
but yes.
To Hans's very good point, one thing that sort of obliquely comes up in his comment is we often have conversations about setting goals for projects that we do not have control over. And if the council, so I think I agree. I'll have to search my brain for a minute about what Chip said in terms of sort of leaving it off this list. But if we are going to put things on our priority list that are not our projects, that they're important to us, but they're not our projects, then then Brandon and I will need to go back and figure out how to either have it sort of another parking lot in this project, basically another parking lot, like an important project parking lot, things that we're watching that are important to us, but that we're not really responsible for.
Yeah,
that would be my suggestion.
That's not exactly a parking lot because we are still engaged.
It's somewhere in between.
So yeah, it's like we're engaged, but not actively investing resources into it.
Yeah, this bleeds into commentary, I guess, but it feels to me like what we're trying to do here is assess capacity, and so anything that has an implication for staff capacity should be on there.
Yeah, but it's more than just capacity. It's level of interest as well.
Exactly. Sure.
With capacity falling
Right.
under that. If we have capacity to attack it with more effort, if not, just keep going and knowing that it's going to come up at some point.
If it's not in our locus of control, I'd rather be hazy on the target completion date and still include it on the main list. That's sort of my
I'll agree with
preference.
I'll agree with that. There are some other things like that too.
And just to weigh in on the bridge to everywhere, yes, I remember that, but as to your points, if others are running the project and it starts to get to the point where we're the laggard, right, and we're blocking their progress, then I think we have to understand that. And if we're at a point where enough, because this thing involves so many groups, which I think we're supportive of, supporting other groups, that if now getting back to that lease will help unleash them, that's what I'd want to understand. Because if it is, I think we should.
It's a little bit like the library, that we needed that contract signed so they could go do fundraising, and you've got the same problem, I think. I see your head going up and down, so I guess that's a yes.
I think if I could offer one of the visions, at least for me, one of the visions for this list is that, it's a bit of a living document throughout the year. And we may even end up at a point where, we have in each of your city council packets, I used living document again, I know. I almost didn't say that because I knew you'd catch it, but this could be something that comes with each of your city council packets, just like the monthly reports, and that way it's always ripe for conversation. And if something bubbles up, a group says, hey, we're ready to go and we're on the idling list, not the parking list, or whatever we call it, then you all can take action. We just need your direction for that to become a priority.
I have a question. So you've taken out any kind of pros related to each of these items, so somebody coming in from outside might have very little idea of what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. I want to click on this and go to the next level underneath of it and see that, and maybe a little more detail about what's happening. Mm-hmm. And I know you're highly capable of doing that, Brandon, or have somebody on staff that could do that probably quickly. How do you intend to provide more detail to us and to anyone else who's interested in this?
I think that's a good idea that you just offered, Mayor, is that there's for all of the G's, all of the goals that are accomplishable, there's a sub-level in each one. Mm-hmm. And that's the vision for this document, is that each of these can roll up. So you could look at 6 lines if you wanted, all the strategies. If you just wanted to know what the city's strategies were, you'd have 6 green lines. And if you want to roll down one from that, you'd have green and blue, and then green, blue, and brown. And so we could just make a 4th layer that's more of a text-based, narrative layer for each one of these.
And within that, how do we allocate, since these are active, the ones we're looking at, how do we know what resources are allocated to that task and the timing related to that?
Well, there's the timing question has to do with that far right-hand column. So that's, we're going to tell you as staff, if it's a priority, it means we should be working on it, or we'll work on it very soon. So we'll have to do the calculations of when we think the target completion date will be. So from timing, that answers your perspective there. I don't have a way, and I didn't we didn't come up with any way or didn't intend to have a way at this point to put which staff is working on it. That was one of those extra layers of detail that seemed to be possibly overcomplicating the previous sheet. But if it's something the council really wants to be able to see which department is responsible for it, we can figure out a way to include that.
How's that going to happen in the real world, not on this sheet?
Through Chip and I, we meet weekly with our department heads.
So you have some way of tracking that internally? Because there's a lot.
Yeah, there
what
is.
I've learned being mayor
Yeah.
and a council person is it's like drinking from a fire hose all the time.
Yeah.
And you guys have to absorb it all. We're giving you tasks that have a lot of layers of detail, and then we're constantly giving you new ones.
Yeah.
And what I've seen happen with the past ones is we get done with a year and we look at it and we go, we didn't do anything on it. And I think that's what we're trying to avoid here. That if it's on here, we have visibility into what's happening with it at some level, right? You guys can help me out. I mean,
So let me just
want?
follow on that with a question to you guys. This is great, by the way.
Yeah.
This is priorities for the fiscal year.
This is intended to be ongoing,
Living.
not for a singular fiscal year. Some of these, if the dates were completely populated, some of these you would see would cross over a fiscal year.
Okay.
So you'll have a target.
I'm actually fine with that.
Yeah.
It's just a question.
Yep.
I wanted to go back to something the mayor said. That I don't remember whether Brandon showed it at the beginning of the presentation, but you don't need to go back. But one of the problems with this conversation about more detail, one of the problems with the first version that Brandon did when he got here was there was so much detail that it made it impossible to, not only it made it difficult for us to sort of manipulate it, it made it impossible for the public. Like you had to have the Excel spreadsheet, you had to know how to use Excel, you had to know where to click. I think that Brandon and I talked a tiny bit about this. I think the idea, sort of the goal of putting this into whatever detail we want and putting that into the monthly reports, I think that's sort of a good target in terms of what's the status, what's the status, what are the dates, and yada, yada, yada. And that way, the public, the people that are sitting here and the people that are reading the report will be able to just look at where we are and have sort of a public eye view of that. And I think for the 5 of us, it would be in our conversations with staff.
How do we see that from this report?
So one suggestion, so I would ask the council to first let us strategize about it a little bit in terms of how to get that information on there.
Okay.
My gut reaction, and I don't know whether this will hold, would be to have a big long appendix at the end. So where the details for all these things were broken out at the end. For me, and I only speak for myself, I think it's more useful to look at this thing in terms of a 3-page document with a 10-page appendix rather than a 13-page document. So I would take whether it's the description data or the status data or whatever it is, one paragraph about each project and put it at the end. But I would ask you to let us mull it over a little bit in the background and come back with a solution.
I think that's great. This sort of looks like Hans to me somehow. Hans seems to love to do this sort of thing.
Well, I was just about to say.
You hate it?
Did you make this in Excel or Word?
So.
It's in Excel.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Well, here.
I voted for Word. I voted for Word.
I can set this thing up so that with one click of a button, you hide all those rows.
I know.
And then you can just print 2 versions for the agenda packet, one that's 3 pages and one that's 8 pages.
Yeah.
I think that I personally am in favor of that option.
If you're going to help Jeff do this, I vote for that.
I'm sure he can do it himself.
Yeah, we both do it.
No, I don't mean that he couldn't do it. I don't mean that he couldn't do it. I
I
just know that I've seen Hans's work before.
Yeah, Hans. I think Hans has plenty going on. We can.
Anyway, I think just a quick discussion, and then I think this is wonderful. I just wish I could see what the status was quickly, but
Okay.
if you have to do it in an appendix, that's good.
Okay, well, that's a good note, though. We'll see because I think what Councilmember Barron, and I apologize, I called him Hans, Councilmember Buder. I think where we're talking about, though, is if we can figure out a way to keep the cleanliness of this document, that seems to be really what we discovered in doing this. It was a bit of an aha moment. Okay, this is really nice, actually, to not be overwhelmed by this massive spreadsheet with lines everywhere. So yeah, let us see what we can do.
It's a living document, so that means you can continue to enhance the presentation as well.
It is a living document, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you want
thank
comments? Or?
Let's go out to the public if there aren't any other questions. Alessandra, you must have one.
Well, I'm going to just save it for the
Okay,
council comments.
All right. We're opening it up to the public. We're not talking about, I guess, priorities right now. We're talking about the formatting, but I don't know. Go ahead. You can talk about priorities because you might not have formatting questions.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
It's good to see everyone. Thank you, as always, for the great work. The city, the village has been bustling. The takeaway from the last strategic priorities meeting by myself, Ken White, who had to step away, he had another obligation tonight, otherwise he would be speaking first. Sam Farr, Doug Schmitz, Greg D'Ambrosio, Barbara Bukima, Patrick, and myself was definitely that it was a priority. And Chip, that's why we have been working in the past 8 weeks, you, me, and Greg, and Doug Schmitz behind the scenes on a new lease that we have set forward to you and that you've submitted to the city attorney for review. So it isn't like on February 27th, everything sort of stopped. We really have in earnest been trying to do that. I'm joined here tonight also by Sean Edwards, who is the president of the PTO of the Carmel River School, because the Carmel River School PTO is so enthusiastically supportive of not only Bridge to Everywhere, but particularly the Rio Park piece, so that we can make it a safe crossing for schools. So on behalf of all of us, we would love for you to make sure that this can stay on the priority list, or if I heard you guys right, maybe there's a new list of priorities projects where there's multiple partners that you sort of keep a running tab on so that it isn't shut down. I think that would be workable too. But to Brandon, you were asking about formatting. I think it would be so helpful for the public because this format looks great in terms of detail, but it's so different than the February 27th format that we had, that we looked at, and the one maybe from the year prior. It would be wonderful to help the public connect those dots in terms of how you distilled that down and then got to your nice, cleaner spreadsheet. And maybe that's what Hans is going to work on with Jeff, but I think that would be helpful too, just so we can keep track and know.
This probably isn't public comment kind of thing, but could you tell us briefly what you think you need us to be doing that we would prioritize to help you accomplish your goal?
Finalizing the lease.
Is that what we should put on here as a subtask?
That would be the first priority.
And that's it?
For right now.
Other than attend your meetings, keep up to date on what's going on?
Yes,
Okay.
and all those other things.
Which
And
we're
we can
doing.
keep you apprised.
Yeah.
We definitely love the participation of Catherine and you. I know how busy you are if you can, but the lease would be the top priority.
Chip, what do you need us to tell you if that's going to happen, and do you have any concerns about that?
No, this is the council's priorities. I mean, my biggest concern is just how much is on here. And we'll talk about this regarding the CIP as well. There's no bad priorities on here. There are no dumb priorities. They're all great. It's just we have to prioritize the priorities. So we need focus. So I would just need you to say,
It didn't sound like she's asking for that much. I think we're already going to the meetings.
Yeah.
Is there something you could do with the lease that doesn't impact a lot of people?
Yeah, when it's the city attorney's time, so you'll see that on his billing statements.
So do you need us to say that it's worth spending time on that
Sure,
before
that'd
we
be
move
great.
on?
That'd be great, yep. That'd be wonderful, thanks, Mayor.
Do we have 3 people that would like us to at least flesh out the lease and go to the meeting?
So I know you'll probably have some extensive comments on this. I am hugely supportive of this project, not least of which because we've got kids who are, it's a dangerous section of road there. And so I fully support prioritizing the project. That's the short answer. I do think it would be helpful for us to agendize it in open session at some point for a community, bring the community in, because
Once in a while, yeah.
what I don't want is for us to get too far down the road with a baked solution and then get pushback.
We would love that.
Yeah, I would love to sort of agendize it. You guys could show what a great project it's going to be and get community buy-in, and then we just sort of move forward on it. So, but I'm fully supportive of the project.
Okay.
So it sounds like what we want to do is move this into that in-between type project rather than just the parking lot. And then agendize it, and maybe we'll escalate the priority once we understand more.
Say it's a priority.
Yeah, sound good?
It's a
Or
priority.
do you want to put it on here?
I don't care. Just,
I think just making it a priority like all the other ones.
Okay. So,
yes.
Brandon, you got that?
Well,
We need 3 people to say that it's.
I'd like to comment,
Yeah,
like if
go
we're
ahead.
gonna
We'll bring
go
it-
ahead.
This is sort of an odd way to do it, but
Would you like me to sit down or sit?
if we can knock this out, we don't have to bring it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I agree with that. I agree, I'll start by saying I agree with everything that Han said. I think that's 100% true. I also think the police station is a priority. I also think, for me, addresses are a priority. There are lots of things that are priorities. And I think that we compute this sort of one-dimensional list of just a list of things, and we forget about the second dimension, which is time. And putting something at the front of the list like this, pushes everything else. Like, we have a limited staff, and putting something like this at the front of the list pushes everything back. So I would have to, before I said, yeah, I'll stick it on the list, I would like to have a better understanding of how much time all these things are going to take that we're asking staff to do, and whether or not we have the resources to do that, so that we can allow staff to be successful.
You can have a seat now.
Okay.
We're brought it back.
And to Hans's point, Hans talks about public meetings and all these things, and all these things take time. It takes staff time to organize a public meeting. It takes everybody's time to get people there.
Okay, so it sounds
not insubstantial.
So would you like us to have a little more detail about what I hear is continuing in the background our city attorney to work with Chip on the lease? And are you okay with the time required of you? Because the city attorney was just the budget matter, he's got unlimited time.
Yeah, we're pretty close in the lease. We just haven't, we've been back and forth a couple times, and we're getting closer.
So I think that's all we're talking
Could I
about.
just-
And we'll negotiate when it can get on the agenda, because it might take time. Go ahead.
Just wanted to weigh in. I definitely agree with Jeff with your comments, because it is about staff capacity. And if we add something additional, something else is going to
What are we
get
gonna
pushed
take
aside. So I do share that concern completely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would ask, so it seems like we're going to add it, but what I would ask, I think that's, Ms. Bowling said that she had submitted a lease to you. Like, I'll say, I would like to see it. And I would like to see it because, there are policy decisions that are made in the lease. How much of that property are we going to give up? Are we going to lease to the Bridge to Everywhere project, and what's going to be left for whatever else? Like, for me, it sounds like that is going to be a sticking point. Like, the project, the property is X acres, and we're going to give 60% of X acres to the Bridge of Everywhere. And what will that leave us, and what will we do with it, and what will our options be? Like, that seems like the sticky point to me. So I would like to see where we are if we're going to move forward, if we're going to go from here, where we are in terms of what's being batted around.
Okay, Brandon, let's add this to the above the parking level. I guess we're putting it on the sheet, actually, so we're putting it active. I think we've got 3 votes for that.
I can't agree with Mr. Booter enough. I mean, this is a project where the Bridge Group and Ms. Bowling and specifically has done a lot of public outreach and education. But that forum has not been agendized for formal discussion with our public at the council level. So what I'm thinking is a kind of a 1-2 punch here, which is we go into closed session and we review the lease as we can for real property negotiations, and we schedule an open session to talk about how we purchased the property, what the original vision was, and how it's evolved over we bought it in the mid-'80s, over the last several decades. So we can do that, Mayor, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So that was interesting. Anybody else have a public comment? And it looks like we're taking priorities as well as the format of the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Byrne, council members. My name is Sean Edwards. I am the president of the Carmel River PTO. Thank you so much for your honesty and humility with this project. It is very important to us. I come at it a little bit differently. Being the president of the PTO, I have my little one here. She's joined me. And it definitely has been a priority for us. But I also look at it in the eyes of public safety as well. And strategic priority number 3 being the ambulance going over to Monterey Fire, and also the addresses. I kind of look at this as a public safety issue as well. And that corridor that our kids have to walk right now on Rio Road, making the left on Lawson, we're literally going head on to traffic. We rode our bike to school this morning, and as we made that turn, we're head on with traffic coming at us. So I look at it more as a public safety issue as well. And perhaps, maybe if I may suggest, putting it into the strategic priority number 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts with the PTO. I have to agree with you every time I go to Rio Park to put something there or get something out of the storage yard. It's a little scary going around that corner, especially with all the plants there.
Hi, I have another public safety issue. Linda Calafiore, resident. Hopefully you received an email, I think today, from Scott Longerin. He spelled out the need for maintaining fire access to Mission Trail Nature Preserve. Scott and I are both on the Friends of Mission Trail Board of Directors. We take our stewardship of the city asset seriously and hope you understand that this drainage project has major impact beyond our mission and what we're capable of doing as Friends of Mission Trail. As you all know, we do a lot of volunteer removing invasives, keeping our eye on trees, working with other organizations on planting trees. We all feel, and I hope you agree, that the park has never looked better. We get a lot of compliments, and hopefully you do too. We want to emphasize that this capital assessment on drainage is needed because drainage from the village is into the creek, and it emanates. It's not because of anything originating or occurring in the park per se. Talking about engineering draining issues is way above my pay grade. I've learned quite a bit in the last few months. These drainage projects were studied by staff and consultants and recommended several years ago. I will now highlight why this next design budget item is needed for the well-being of our community.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is part of the CIP.
Yeah,
Should we wait till we get to the CIP?
But I was going through this list, and I don't see it on
He did
here.
ask for that to happen.
No, this is a CIP discussion, which we're happy to have.
Okay, I thought you asked for comments on that now. Am I wrong?
No, this is on the strategic priorities.
Okay.
In other words, you could say, we think that Mission Trail Nature Preserve should be a priority, as opposed to individual projects, which is drilling down into what we're actually going to do.
I'm here to talk about the budget.
The next item.
That's later.
Okay, so do you want me to come back?
The budget is the next item, and then
I'm
the CIP
halfway
is
through.
following that. We have 3 things tonight.
Okay, I'm halfway through. Do you want me to come back?
You got to come back.
Okay.
But you made a nice introduction.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Again, for the strategic priorities and our formatting of the report. Any comments on anybody have a comment on the formatting of the report? This is important. This is how we're going to communicate to you what we're doing.
There's 100 cents in.
Will you send this out to the public?
Yes, the thumbs up on that. Yeah. Okay, we've got a hand. Anybody else here? By the way, you can always comment after this meeting. This is a living document, so anytime you have a comment to help us do this better, but it is important because we take all this stuff seriously and we're trying to get control of how we're spending money. All right, we have somebody online?
Karen Ferlito, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I do think that the new formatting is a little simpler. And since Linda was a little confused about what to talk, I will say I think Mission Trail Nature Preserve should be on a priority list. It is very, very important both for health and safety that the projects within the preserve proceed as soon as possible. So please elevate Mission Trail Nature Preserve in your thinking. Thank you.
All right, that's a good discussion point. Brandon, why don't you come up and with Jeff, because you guys have been spending a lot of time on this. Probably not as much as Jeff would have liked, but time nonetheless.
As much as we could.
How does that work? Like, let's just say scenic pathway. I mean, there's a blurred line between CIP and the priorities.
Which I think we should all talk about.
Yeah, how does that work?
Well, I think the way that it works is...
We're back for comments now because...
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a good question. It's a good question and comment. The way that it works is sometimes a CIP item is so large and so important to the city that it ends up on the priority list. I think that's just the nexus. Not every CIP item is going to be on the priority list, but you'll see like a lot of the beach and infrastructure repairs, those are CIP items. And they show up on the list because of the value and strategy that they carry for the overall village. So I think that's the nexus.
And conversely, there are things that are priorities that are not on the CIP list, like addresses, just to pick an easy, just to pick one.
How does Mission Trails, obviously, it's an important thing, and we spend a lot
Well,
of
it
money
is,
on it.
I'll answer that.
Yeah.
I mean, it is on the list.
Okay.
When Brandon and I had a discussion about, the council at the last meeting, we had a discussion about incorporating the plans that we have. And you'll see those plans, the ones that we could remember anyway, listed in section 6, implement the city's adopted plans, and 6.8 is Mission Trails Nature Preserve Master Plan. So we're going to assume that master, and we have not combed through the plan to pick out the goals, things that we should be doing or should be thinking about, but we're going to assume that the things that we should be doing or should be thinking about are listed in the Mission Trail Nature Preserve Plan. There is an item in here that's not fleshed out.
So that gets to, that's an important point, because like the shoreline management plan, we haven't done a lot of that since 2003. So that's been 22 years. Are we saying, because it's on here, that we're going to do that now? Are we going to do everything in the Mission Trail Nature Preserve Master Plan?
I think we're saying.
That's what Karen's asking, I think.
I'll speak for Brandon and myself, I'll speak for staff and myself. I think what we're saying is we're going to make those things visible.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be up to us. It's going to be up to us to look at the things that the plans that have been adopted by us and previous councils say we should be doing. And make a decision about whether we should continue doing them or not.
I mean, these are like 100-page documents, and they have details about what we're supposed to do. They're good documents, too, and everybody should read them, but are we?
We will be.
I mean, I'm serious. I love the concept. I just, how are we going to execute? Because we probably don't have the resources to do all the things in all those master plans.
This will facilitate those hard conversations, though, because we're not even having those conversations right now. So getting this up in front of all of our faces is going to make us have those difficult conversations of, it's a reality check, like you just said, Mayor. There's no way if you put every single goal in every single one of these plans that we could be actively working on all of them right now. It's just not feasible. Yeah. So we need to have those difficult conversations.
Well, the good news is you have volunteer groups like
very true.
Some that are in the room.
Very true.
And they're raising their hand and saying, we can help. And if they can't do it themselves, then here's the things we need. And I think Karen's been a good example of that over the years, like to plug the holes and get the bridges put in and whatever they need to do. So
ready for some
very
comments?
good. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So first, I like this a lot. It's really good work. It's what we needed. I think the previous versions got too complicated, Jeff, to your point. I would say that this is a strategic planning document. It's not a tactical document. It's not an action. And to me, it's not. We take action through the budget, through the appropriation process. And that's where the rubber hits the road. This is, I think, a higher level document of things that are important to this group because we've been listening to the public and it's important to you. We also have to make hard choices. That doesn't mean if it's on the list, it'll never get on the list, or if it's not on the list, it'll change. I would keep this thing at 3 levels and not overcomplicate it. And if we want to turn it into a management document, okay, Jeff, but as you were suggesting that you and Brandon would take that on, please do. I'd look forward to seeing what that might look like. But I think we have to also coordinate this with budgeting and also with financial and management reporting, which are things that are also getting worked on. So let's talk about the linkage between this and our budget, and primarily the CIP. The capital improvement project, which we're going to be talking about here soon, right now is a list of, over the next year, $10 million worth of things. You're going to hear me talk later about my belief that we're not capable of doing that much. And that list is basically a subset of this. So, to Chip's point, we're going to have to prioritize, and we have to prioritize our priorities. I believe we need this is something I think we do once a year as a city council and then revisit periodically, again, at a strategic level. From an actionable level, we should be developing not just a one-year CIP, but a 3-year and a 5-year CIP that includes more than just what we can get done next year. And that's so that if this year we say, you know what, we're going to pause, as an example, on Mission Trail Nature Preserve project, but we're going to put it in next year's, or we're going to put it out 2 years, that people can see that we're not ignoring you, that we understand it's still a priority, but it didn't sort out in the top 5 or the top 10 this year, right? So that's a conversation I think we're going to be having in more length in a minute. So I just would be careful about trying to do too much with this document. One of the next things that I think the Financial Stewardship Work Group is going to be working on is once we get the budget going and we get into the new fiscal year, it is doing a much better job of reporting. And a lot of that is project reporting. And Jamie's got a lot of ideas. I don't think we have done a good job of project reporting here, maybe ever, but not recently. We often don't know the state of any individual project, sometimes until the end of the year, sometimes until 6 months after the end of the year. We should know pretty much in real time what the state of our projects are. And so that's a big to-do for next year of things we would like to accomplish. And I see Jamie nodding on that. And perhaps somehow that has to marry back with this. The only other things I'll say on this, that's all I'll say on this. I'm good.
Hans? Alessandra?
Sure. No,
I'll go for it. I have a few sort of overall comments. One is that I think to me, the one glaring issue with this format is that, and I've made the same comment the past 2 or 3 times we've had this priorities discussion, is it doesn't set any priorities, right? It does not prioritize among the different priorities. And so, recently, some inside baseball, hopefully nobody has a problem with this, one council member was a little bit frustrated because Brandon was spending a lot of time on the housing element. We've been trying to get the housing element over the goal line. This document would provide no guidance to Brandon as to whether to spend time on the housing element or to spend time on something else. Similarly, when Chip is putting together the budget, if he's got $3 million left over, unfortunately, that's not exactly the situation.
No, because he's got $30 million.
But if he did, it would provide no guidance on, should he spend that on tree maintenance, Wi-Fi upgrades, so I think that's a real problem with this. And I actually really appreciate what you guys have done here. I have said this from the beginning. I think you could have multiple versions of this document. I think you have a version of this document that's collapsed like this. I think you got a version that provides an update, a simple 2-line update about where we are with the thing that goes to that 4th level. I also think using the exact same Excel document, you could make a version and sort it with a table with a simple number that lists the ranked priority of that priority. And I think that is an important cut of this document. I similarly, was having some trouble finding the line on inclusion of specific CIP projects. There are some in here, and then there are some that aren't that feel also important to me. For example, I don't believe that the tree maintenance catch-up plan is included in here, but that's a CIP project, and it seems like an important one to me. So maybe just clarifying what that line is. Smaller comment, but I feel like there's a little bit easy cleanup, but there's a little bit maybe too much granularity in some places. So we've got adopt the forest management plan, and then we have certify the LCP amendment for the updated forest management plan with the Coastal Commission. And I feel like that might get a little bit too specific for my taste. Similarly, on the police department, we've got construction begins, employees fully move back into the building. I think at that point, it starts to just get a little bit too granular and maybe clutters it a bit. The last comment I have is that I actually really like the S6 section. This is this part where it talks about the city's adopted plans. You know, the city has a plan for Mission Trail Nature Preserve, et cetera. Having it at the end of the document, I think, is fine. Those plans, given their length, really, it's hard to keep those top of mind. And so if we just had, it reminds me of a lease abstract in commercial real estate. It's like, I'm not going to go back to this 90-page lease, but I can have a one-pager abstract of it. If I can have like a 4 or 5 line abstract of these key documents, and like you said, it's been 20 years since we worked on one of them, well, fine. It's okay to have it on there and just write hold. And then the ones that we actually want to take action on, it presents us with a menu, and it keeps it top of mind. So I really liked that addition.
I know there's, anybody else have something?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm ready to go.
Go ahead, I'll wait for you.
So first, I wanted to thank Jeff and Brandon for your work on this. I think it's a big improvement from what we had before with the Excel chart, which was just too much information. It was very unwieldy. So this is brief, it's simplified, it's streamlined. It took me a few moments to just understand the SPs and the Gs and all the subcategories, but once I got it, I got it. I think in a way we're almost overthinking this. This is now the 3rd meeting where we're still discussing the list and how we're going to organize the list. I think let's just keep it simple, not keep adding to it and keep over discussing the list, and let's just start focusing on some of the items that are on the list. Bob, I agree with all the comments that you made, and I think it would be fine to put it in the monthly reports, but I think keep it simple. The whole goal was to take out all the extra writing and all the extra information that was in the Excel chart, and I don't want us to just recreate that in a new format. And also, we're speaking of over talking, we're already past our 45-minute mark on this one item. I just have a couple other things I wanted to say. I think the S6 category is good, and that's where we can get some of the details on these major things that we have not paid attention to, and certainly not devoted the attention that we should. Just a couple of things I wanted to go through. On S1, G 1.2.4, the revenue enhancements, I'm a little concerned because we haven't discussed this yet as a council, and we need to prove, as we're going to discuss on the budget coming up in a couple minutes, that we can live within our means before we start discussing new revenue enhancements and taxing and spending and going down that road. Second item I wanted to discuss on S2, natural environment. So we have adopt the local fire hazard maps. I would put that for June 26th rather than leaving just date on that. And then the next item for the wildfire and prevention measures, we can't do that by June of 26. I think that date should be left blank. Couple other items. On G 3.1.2, the implement the street address system, the things that I think are missing is we want to receive the report from the citizens group in the fall. We also would like to do, I believe, a public survey on the postcard and then have a council decision on that. On item P 3.3, the police public works project, we're missing how we're going to pay for that and that discussion. On S4, the village character, reinstate the design review board, G 4.1.3. The council needs to make that decision first if that is something that we are going to do. On S4, village character, the smart village plan for the Wi-Fi in public spaces, we haven't really had that discussion if that's something that we want, and then once again, how we're going to pay for something like that. On S4, village character, P 4.2, attract new residents. I'm thinking that should be joined with the housing element in 6.2, and then the ADU ordinance and the housing amendment, I think that all needs to be joined into one, at least my understanding of how the Attract New Residents plan would be part of that, part of the housing element. So those are just my feedback on some slight changes on there.
So may I? So excellent comments. Thank you very much. I started to write and I couldn't keep up. So I assume you have those written. Sounded like you were reading. So if you have those written down, I would really appreciate a copy of them, or you can just
photocopy. Or
yeah,
you can
that'd be great.
Afterwards.
That'd be great.
Okay.
You could just give that to Brandon, and we'll do that.
No problem.
There was some talk going back to sort of what Alessandra said and what Hans said. Hans pointed out rightly that we had in the forest management plan, we had put in a bunch of dates. Like some of the things, we were really stuck. A lot of this conversation here has been about the amount of detail in this plan. And we were really, Brandon and I were really stuck about what to do with the complicated priorities, like the forest management plan, the one that you used. Is that really one goal? Is it 4 goals? Is it 8 goals? Like how much of the project plan do we condense and then put into this priorities list? And so that's what that was an example of what we were maybe trying to do that didn't really do with everything else. What I'm sort of hearing, I don't know, Brandon, what I'm sort of hearing is that maybe that was too much detail on the forest management plan, and it sounds like there's more of a desire to keep the list simple. And maybe when we go back through it, and we should figure out how to do that. We talked about, to Bob's point about, especially Bob's point about keeping it simple. No, I'm not the one that wanted to put the appendix at the end. It was everybody else's decision to do that. And maybe, so I'll kind of grudgingly go along with it, but maybe the solution to a lot of these problems is just to put those details into that appendix at the end, and you can either look at it or not. We'll all look at it when there's a problem, and we won't look at it when it's good. So, thank you all for the great comments.
Okay. I know that Randy's here to talk about prioritizing parking, and you haven't said anything yet. I'm going to open up public comment because I think you just forgot to come up.
Okay, it's Randall Burnett here.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your service. Thank you all for all your hard work. Thank you, Mayor, for generating all these changes. They're appreciated.
It's a group project.
I'm the co-owner of Katie's Place. My expertise is somewhat limited to Mission Street, and the rest of the town, I often visit, but I'm not there every second nearly of every day. And we have a problem, and if the problem is characteristic of Mission Street, then it's characteristic of the whole downtown. And our problem is that the street is occupied with cars, not of visitors, not of tourists, but of employees. And these are employees who park for the entire day. They park in front of my restaurant, they park down the street, up the street, all the spaces are taken. When I have addressed the problem with the owners of the businesses, who I know are employing the people that are parking there, they've answered, not our problem, it's public parking, they'll park where they want to, I'm not going to tell them to park on Upper Junipero, they like to park close by, it's easy for them to walk to our business. It's a problem. It's a problem because with the diminished parking spaces mandated by the state, we're now experiencing diminished parking caused by employees and employers who don't give a hoot about the impact that their employee parking is having on our business. That's the collective business of the community. And if we want to preserve the vitality of this community and the tax base that this community relies on, we've got to do something. And I understand that there's been a study made. I fully support that. I'm delighted that it's been done. I think we have not just a problem of parking, we have a problem of revenue. We have a problem of diminishment of business. we have a problem that may involve safety, because there are enough visitors and tourists who are frantically looking for parking spaces and then give up. And while they're looking, sometimes they drive around at high speed looking for that extra space that doesn't materialize. I've even taken, I've called the police department. We have a limited police force available to regulate parking. She can't be everywhere at once, and she's not there some days of the week. And that's a problem in and of itself. I've taken to doing something that probably wasn't appropriate. I put little notes on the windshields of the cars that I knew were employee occupied and driven, and that had absolutely no effect. So the problem continues. It's getting desperate, and I think for all of us, not just restaurateurs, but for all of the businesses in town that rely on visitors.
Okay, we've got your 3 minutes done, and I think you made a really good point, and I agree with you, and I imagine some others up here probably agree with you as well. I think I had a presentation that Chip and I had discussed me presenting, but I think due to time, we've decided we're going to put it on the agenda for the June meeting. So parking is going to be on the agenda for the June meeting. Can I say that? All right. I think that's been decided, and we have a presentation that's pretty interesting. I've been working with Andrew here. You can have a seat now.
Okay.
Yeah, your point was well taken.
That I've owned this business for 36 years, so I've been around it over a long period of time to watch the changes.
Thank you. Appreciate your concern. Andrew, why don't you just come up, and we're not going to do the PowerPoint tonight, but why don't you just give us a real broad brushstroke of the level of detail. The business community's been basically paying for researchers, and Andrew's one of them, to do a real deep dive into this, and we've got some amazing data. And we've started talking to Chief Tomasi about it the other day. We haven't been using staff because we're cognizant of their flat out. So, and I've been talking to the chamber. I talked to Segal. So we're going to continue to dig into this before the June meeting. And I think I'm just hoping that we can get some traction with the council to take some immediate steps, because it's not a lot of money. It's just doing some things. Andrew, why don't you just tell us real quickly what kinds of things you've been doing?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just wondering why we are going to be spending time on this now if we're going to be doing it at the June meeting and we need to move on with the other items.
Well, it's not a priority here.
So if it's not on the priority list, why are we discussing it now if it's going to be on the June agenda?
Give you some water.
It is a good question. I don't know if you've been getting calls, but people are concerned about it. I think we haven't told them that this is a priority.
It just feels like we're soliciting people from the audience now to speak on an item that's not part of this list, but we're going to hear it in June as part of the agenda.
I'm going to ask Chip for advice, because it's a good question.
Yeah, so the mayor has been working on this, on a parking management, parking strategy, independent, so he hasn't been absorbing staff time, and that's because, again, you haven't made this a priority, so we're not spending any capacity on it, with the exception of updates with me and Paul, et cetera. So the mayor put together a PowerPoint presentation. It's a very comprehensive presentation, and my suggestion was that he introduce the concept to you tonight, with the knowledge that we did add it to he added it, and Mr. Delves added it to the June council agenda, just to pique your interest in, and then eventually, if you would like to, add it to this priority list at some point in the future. I think the mayor's passion point is that we're in the most intense time of visitor traffic, and if we're going to do something, now's perhaps the apropos time to do something. And it's multi-pillared. One of which is looking at Assembly Bill 413 again, and then a parking concierge service. What's it called? Valet service as well. And then, expanding maybe some of our existing parking spots, lots, to add some spaces. So it's kind of a multi-tiered approach. How did I characterize it?
I think you just gave the presentation. So Andrew, let's keep our powder dry till the June meeting. But I do appreciate the incredible efforts you've been putting into this.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate your comment, Alessandra, and we'll honor your question. All right, we're going to move on. I think everybody got direction. I think that's why we're here. Thank you, Jeff and Brandon, for the great effort you put into that and all the good comments from the public and from our council. It's very interesting. All right, let me get out my agenda. And we're going to move on to the second item tonight. We're going to receive a presentation on the fiscal year 2025-26 recommended budget and provide direction. We've got an estimated time of 90 minutes, and I know, Jamie, you're not going to spend 90 minutes. I've
We'll
seen
talk
the
fast.
PowerPoints. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Oh, here, Hans is always stingy with the water.
Right. Good evening, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
It's for you.
Today we're looking at the detail of the proposed budget, and the time will be gone before we know it, so let's get going. Today we're looking at the details. During our May meeting, a number of questions were asked and additional questions were submitted subsequently. As a part of today's package, answers were provided with those questions, and key concepts have been brought into this budget today. After our work today, the fiscal year 24-25 budget is scheduled for adoption at the beginning of June. So here we are in the workshop. The purpose of today's meeting is to provide an overview and then get into the details. We're going to look at projected revenue, projected expenditures, general fund, capital projects, debt, fund balance, and then end on CIP. What we're looking for is to develop council's direction on any changes. As you can see at the budget at a glance, if the council approves a budget as presented, we'll be using $5 million of fund balance to cover our costs. These costs are largely due to the size of the CIP budget, but even operating costs consume a significant portion of budgeted revenues. So let's take a look at revenues. First, we'll discuss the city's revenue sources. Then we'll look at the overall trend in revenues. Then we'll focus on some of the major revenue streams themselves and how they're behaving in the future. And then we'll look at projections. So revenues at a glance. The top three revenue sources, sales tax, property tax, transient occupancy tax, comprise 82% of the budget of revenue for revenues. Sales tax comes to us both from the primary state sources, Bradley Burns, and also our Measure C. And these are the three legs of the stool that we talk about all the time, and they hold up general operations of the city as well as the city CIP needs. The top three revenue sources are volatile. They've generally been trending upward in recent years. The current levels are greater than they were pre-pandemic, but the growth is slowing. So kind of a flat shape on the right-hand side of that graph. While a number of cities in California have already seen decreases in their sales tax, and they're scrambling to fill their shortfalls, we have not seen those yet. All of cities are focused right now on economic uncertainty and its impact on spending and on the housing market. Both of those are going to impact our stool. For the coming year, we have changed how we're budgeting. We are attempting to forecast revenues not yet collected in the current year, and then build next year based on that forecast. Next year's revenue assumptions include property tax increases at 2.5%. This constitutes reliable, steady, continuous funding. The housing market right now is softening a bit, is what we're hearing. We've seen revenue bumps in the past when it's a hot market and there's lots of turnover. So 2.5% is saying we're probably going to see a slowdown and not a lot of that extra revenue coming in. Next year's revenue assumptions also include sales tax increases of 1.7% and 2%. Consumer spending is likely to remain stagnant due to inflation and uncertainty, causing higher prices at the register. So we're budgeting for some increases because we actually get a bump when there's higher prices. We're not budgeting for decreases because generally we've been holding a little bit stronger than the rest of the state. Next year's revenue TOT assumption is for a decrease of 2%. That's reflecting the hotel industry's forecasts as they put a decrease in, or considering a decrease to be happening based on uncertainty of travel and also rooms going offline. So they said that their decrease was forecast to be more than 2%, but we're modifying that. Charges for services, the next largest thing on the budget. So the city is not allowed to charge fees in excess of the cost of providing the services, but when we're serving individuals, it's important for the city to charge specific user costs. The two largest areas where we get those costs collected are building and ambulance. And together with other fees, we're going to get $2.9 million in the coming year. Other revenues is $3.3 million, and that's mostly comprised of these odd, smaller taxes that we're allowed to assess. There's also some budget for grants and transportation pass-throughs, but generally we budget for grants as collected. So if there's any special one-time grants, they're not in here yet. General revenue outlook. So we will end 24-25, the year we're in now, in a good fiscal form. We will remain diligent and cautious as we face economic uncertainties and instabilities due to what's going on in the market and interest rates. The new reality, the new norm that remains to be seen is hotels. Are they going to decrease occupancy? What are travel patterns going to do? Will the trends continue, or will habits be modified and changed? And finally, we're not going to try and rely too heavily on the extreme of either one. We're not going to say we think everything's going to be great. We're not going to say everything's going to be terrible. We're going to try and find that middle path. But we're being a little bit less conservative than we have in the past when we put this revenue together. And we'll just point out that mid-year is an opportunity to make course corrections. So we want to keep an eye on it. We'll be looking at financial reporting ongoing, but we could be back. So that is a very high level on revenue. But I think we've talked about it a couple times. So what we can do is we can go ahead and move on to the expense, or do you want to stop and talk about revenue first?
Do you want to do expenditures or just take the revenue questions then?
We can have revenue questions now.
I have one question, Jamie. I've never thought to ask it before, but of our major revenue sources, do any of them have end dates? Like was C, was that approved for a certain period of time?
Yes, Measure C has got a fixed life of 20 years. Generally, those things, when you do those special ballot measures, they're more popular if they have an end date.
When,
so
20, Denny, do we know?
Man,
15 more years.
I was going to say,
Give
yeah,
or
so
take
about
a
15.
year. It was after I was elected.
It passed in 2020, right during COVID.
So 30, 37, okay. That's far enough that I actually won't worry about it.
I'm worried.
Any TOT?
Now, TOT is not got an end date.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
It'd be 20, it's 2040, sir, for Measure C.
It's 2040?
Yeah, it's a 20-year measure.
That's right.
Anybody else? So, Jamie, we had a very brief discussion, several minutes, the other day. One of the things that I've discovered in the parking research I've been doing with two different really smart people is that it appears that we could be losing as a city, not the city itself, but as a city, up to 10% of our revenue potential because of the parking problems, including people just not coming here because of the parking. It's sort of a serious problem. How do you feel about that, and how does that type of impact translate back into our budget?
Well, what I can say is parking revenue is not on the budget, the revenue list, and it could be. So that would be one thing. And what you're saying right here is the second and third lines, sales tax and Measure C, which is sales tax, could go up if people were able to get in and do that shopping. So if we quantify it, right now we're looking at $9 million. I don't have the data on the 10%, but I'd take that extra million.
Yeah. We have some, we could show you that it's significant. So how much does that how much would that add to our
But that's what I'm saying.
revenue?
So if we're at $9.8 million in sales tax right now, and the number is 10%, then that'll
It's
get
$1
us
million.
$1 million.
So it's a problem, if it's true. Okay.
And more of a problem for the businesses, and
Yeah.
that's...
And our business is just going out of business because that 10% could be the difference between making it and not making it. And I think, and I did not ask Randall to come tonight. He was here because he's concerned about his business surviving right now. All right, thank you. That's all I had. Anybody else for questions? Okay, anybody from the Chambers have a question or comment? On revenue, just this first part. Okay, anybody online? Oh, Mark's got something.
All right, I thought you were taking comments at the end, but I'll comment on revenue right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have 2 hotels in Carmel-by-the-Sea. One we renovated in 2004, and what we saw after it reopened was basically a doubling of TOT because rates went up. Occupancy pretty much stayed the same, and rates we were able to double with the improvements to Tradewinds Carmel. And then since that time, with just basic maintenance, I did a quick check. What we paid our last full year pre-COVID at Tradewinds, it went up from $195,000 in that year to 2024, the full calendar year was roughly $280,000 with no changes other than operating the hotel and general course of business. So that's pretty good. That's an $80,000 plus increase, which is about 43% over that period of time, which is roughly an 8.5% increase per year averaged over that 5-year period. Now, Stillwell Hotel, which just opened last May, so we just got the final April numbers calculated, so I have 12 months finally to report to you. In our last full fiscal year, or calendar year, 2019 again, we paid $166,000 in TOT for Stillwell Hotel. We just finished, and it's not totally apples to apples, it's a 12-month period because we opened in May, but we paid $565,000 in TOT from the renovated hotel. That's a $400,000 increase. Now, the city's investment in that was negative. We paid about $100,000 in building and permit fees, the standard. We missed the window where the city waived a lot of fees to encourage development. And we contributed about $20,000 in public sidewalk improvements and landscaping and stuff like that. So they call that in business an infinite return on the city's investment. It's zero investment, actually negative, and you got a $400,000 return. So what I would suggest you continue to look at with the city's aging inventory is ways to help and expedite hotels turn over and renovate their inventory. I mean, it just, the return to the city is monumental for no investment really by the city other than your normal staff time and things like that. And we did all this during COVID, during supply chain issues, inflation, interest rates tripled on our construction loans. So it was fraught with many, many risks. But I think long term for both the city and for us, it'll be a great thing to do. And if you can find ways to do that, you're gonna reap the rewards. And I know I keep seeing TOT increases popping up as a revenue source, but that's the wrong way to go, because I think that'll actually hurt rate, it'll hurt occupancy over time, it'll discourage investment we have to bite the bullet and do something with Tradewinds now. It's been 21 years. We have to do a pretty deep dive on some stuff. And I can't even get my head around that right now, having just finished a 2.5-year construction project.
Thank you, Mark.
So
and we appreciate all your hard work.
Thoughts on revenue.
We appreciate all your hard work and your increased revenue.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I do want to say city staff, it was a hard project. City staff were as helpful as you can be in helping us overcome a lot of the issues that we face renovating properties that are 50, 60 years old.
Thank you.
So everybody's going to face that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Anybody else here tonight? All right.
Karen Ferlito, go ahead.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Well, I have a lot of thoughts on revenue. I think our parking in lieu fee should be raised, maybe even doubled. I think we're giving away too much money there. I think we do need parking management, because I agree. I think people drive around, they get frustrated, and they leave. I think there are many short-term rentals operating within our city that are not being caught, and that keeps our hotel occupancy down a little. And I agree with Mark Stillwell about hotel upgrades. I'm very concerned that with all the new hotels coming online near Costco and Marina and so forth with new amenities, that people will just day trip to Carmel, not spend very much money, and clog up the streets while they're doing it. So I think he's right that any investment the city can make, like they did several years ago about some waiving of fees if they're going to modernize the hotels, would probably be a payback. But I really do think we should be charging for our parking. And I want to tell you that not having parking enforcement on the weekend, which it seems like is not happening, is kind of a disaster downtown. People are parking in those 20-minute spots all day. People are parking in the post office parking lot all day and leaving. And if we're not at least ticketing the people who are parking in the wrong places, well, we're missing that revenue as well. So thank you. I think parking is a missed opportunity as far as a revenue source, and we desperately need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. All right, I don't see anybody else online. I'm going to bring it back for discussion to the council. Anybody?
I just wanted to express my support for raising the parking in lieu fee. I think that makes sense. I mean, the point is, if somebody has demonstrated they can't accommodate the parking for whatever reason on their property, they're paying into a fund, and that's supposed to be able to generate parking somewhere else. My understanding from talking to staff is that program is structured. It has some flaws, one of which is you can only use it to acquire land for parking somewhere else. We couldn't use it, for example, to build a parking structure on land we already own. So I think that needs to be reformed. And then also the dollar amount, my understanding is woefully inadequate to what it would cost to actually create a structured parking space. And so that seems to me like an easy thing that we should fix. And just since that was brought up, I just wanted to support that. I also share the concern about the parking enforcement. I think that, the tickets could probably go up a bit. It's going to be small dollars. But I've seen the same thing, right? You go on the weekends and there's not enough enforcement. So, I'd add my support to that as well.
Okay. So, Chip, we should definitely put that down as a possible agenda item in lieu.
Yeah.
And just to go over it, because I think in general it's been a while.
Definitely, yeah. And
If I may, sort of interrupt. Thank you for letting me interrupt the conversation.
Go ahead.
What Karen's alluding to, and I think I'm looking at Carrie Tice, and I think Carrie was off the council, and I think you were. I think Alessandra may have been on the council. A couple of years ago, staff came to us to the council to raise the parking in lieu fee, and there's a formula for doing that. It involves the acquisition of land and the cost of building, and it's a pretty complicated formula. And staff said, and this was some context. This was in relation to the two parking spots across the street from the post office attached to the building that Chez Noir is in. And that developer expressed some dissatisfaction. They expressed some dissatisfaction to the mayor about having to pay $200,000 for those two parking spots. And so the mayor brought us an urgency ordinance that basically, on an ad hoc basis, just chopped the fee in half. And that's how the fee went from $100,000 to $50,000. And so it would be a fairly simple matter. You would have to ask Brian, but I'm pretty sure we did that through an urgency ordinance. And it would be a pretty simple, I'm pretty sure we capped it via an urgency ordinance, if I remember correctly. And it would be a pretty simple matter to simply, if the council wished to say to repeal the urgency ordinance via an urgency ordinance or a regular ordinance. And I don't remember the specifics about what happened when we were going to. I don't remember how we would get the in lieu fee up to $100,000, but I remember what we did.
Okay, so we're gonna revisit that.
that would be pretty easy to revisit when we have the parking discussion next month. It would be really easy to fix.
Thanks, Han, for bringing that up. Any other discussion items before we move on? Okay, nobody's online. We're going to move on to the next part of the budget. Jamie?
Fun part.
Yeah.
So this part of the budget is expenses. We'll talk about operating expenses first, then we'll talk about capital projects. So, there we go. Based on the City Council's feedback on May 6th, a number of changes have been put through the budget, resulting in proposed budget in which the city uses $5 million of fund balance to cover expenditures. If the City Council approves the funding for the CIP that's going to be heard at the end, the total proposed operating costs of $32 million represent 91.5 or 92% of budgeted annual revenue. That puts us 572 over our budget guideline of 90%. Operating expenses shouldn't be more than 90% of budgeted revenue. The total CIP expenditures of $8 million represent a 23% percentage of that budgeted revenue. So they're about $4.5 million more than our guideline of spending 10% of revenue on CIP would dictate. I think it's important, though, to step back a little bit and look at the whole process. We start with a departmental ask when they say, this is what our plans for the next year are, and we think this is what it's going to cost. And that's the first column up here. So that resulted, then what we do is we go through internally and we take those budget asks and kind of whittle and prioritize. So we took $41.5 million and brought it down to 39.7 with this whole guideline of trying to maintain and streamline operating costs. Then after May 6th, we went back, looked at things again. We had some costs go up with some new contracts being put in place. So we looked to see, is there any other extra stuff that we can do? And we took our 39.7 in expenses and held it down up to 39.9. Some of the changes that were in there include additional ambulance revenue of $190,000, additional tree revenue of $9,000, additional ambulance expenditures of $586,000. We've removed some strategic planning and IT, and we reduced some of our digitizing process and planning, took out some trash cans, and basically also moved some staff time so it was more properly allocated. In general, the changes we've made, both in the initial ask process and then from last meeting to this meeting, are across departments. So we're not picking on anybody in general, but we do have a couple of departments that are bigger, and so we see some bigger changes there. That gets us to where we are today. The majority of the city's expenditures are for the cost of employees and other costs for providing services to citizens. Capital project spending is again a strong number, and debt service is minimal. As noted previously, we see that salaries and benefits are the largest expenditure that the city makes, and they constitute 38% of our total budget. That's a fully burdened salaries. Outside service expenditures are also significant at 27%, but remember, the majority of that is fire and ambulance. When we look at on a departmental basis, Public Works and Police come in number 1 and number 2 for spending, with a close follow by citywide. Remember, though, citywide includes the unfunded pension contribution. If we take a quick look at staffing, look at 7 years side by side, we can see in 1920 there was a drop during the pandemic when positions were cut. We got down to 72 positions. Staffing was quickly restored and has been steady over the past 4 years. The current year reflects the same, with the exception that we now have taken those extra ambulance staff out. So you'll see we're going down 6.75, but that's because 6 people have just moved off our payroll in 1 contract signing since as of May. So this graph, again, looks at salaries with a focus on salary, or total department expenditures, I should say, with a focus on salaries alone. In this graph, we see that police is number 1 at 33% of total salary expense, which compares to 27% of FTE count, and then Public Works is number 2 on spending for salaries. So if we get into those departments, City Council, So City Council has kind of two main buckets that it's spending. One is the discretionary grants, and you had that conversation at the last meeting. And the second one is the mail services. We managed to trim that mail service down. There is also some information, some funds for conferences and that sort of stuff. Legal is budgeted at a pretty consistent amount. The more meetings we have, the more legal goes up. Just a small point.
Although I noticed he's not here tonight.
Yeah, no. If I could save the money. So anyway, then the next department is Office of City Administrator, and there's a lot of stuff in that because that has administration, clerk, finance, IT, HR. Some of the bigger things in there are the audits are in there, recruiting is in there, and there's a lot of contract services for subscriptions. So when you look at this, contract services looks pretty big. All of our Microsoft and our Arctic Wolf safety features in IT, those things are all running through contract services here. Then we get into non-departmental, liability insurance, PERS unfunded liability contribution, and then utilities. Those are kind of like the big three right there, and you can see two of them listed specifically. So the normal ongoing cost of pension liability is in there with salaries and benefits. This is the big unfunded liability that we have to catch up and address before everybody retires. If we take another look at that in a little more detail, this graph represents the annual contributions that are required to fund the city's unfunded pension liability. CalPERS comes up with these numbers. It values all of the investments it's made from the money we've paid so far. It looks at the cost of the benefits that we have agreed to, and then it bills the city for the shortfall. And it bills that over time. We don't have to pay everything we owe at once, but it's also looking at trends in the market and how close we're getting to using some of those monies. So you can see in here that we were running about $2 million. In the next 5 years, the thing's going up to $3.5 million. So we have some significant increases that we're going to be seeing in that annual contribution, almost double. Departments, keep going with the departments. Economic development. So this was marketing and economic development, but the city doesn't do marketing. So we're just ditching that. But what are we doing? We're giving monies that we think are going to support economic development, and we do have some other commitments. Library, mostly salaries. We are doing a little bit of work, or we are having to pay some contract services for storing art. I believe that's just 7 pieces of art that gets stored really well. Community activities, as you can see, we invest a pretty good amount in that. These are all these different things where we're kind of subsidizing or sponsoring farmers market, tree lighting, Third Thursdays, and then we want to go buy a new stage so we don't have to rent one. Community planning and building. They have got a variety of amendments and plans that they're updating. They were also going to be doing more scanning and digitizing of those giant rolled plans. And we are looking at putting short-term rental host compliance in our, this is the code enforcement side asking for that budget item. So it's on the radar for planning and building to look at short-term rental activity and enforcement on that. Public Works. Now, Public Works, this is most of their money is in the non-salary section area, or a significant amount of it. And you can see they've got some big things. Janitorial includes the beach bathrooms and the citywide bathrooms being cleaned every single day. Landscaping maintenance is there. We're doing lots of monitoring. We have to monitor water. We have to monitor beaches. And so that's all in this contract services for Public Works. Now, looking at the kind of the pieces separately, forestry and beach, their main spending is on tree contractors and landscape maintenance. Police, they've got a lot going on in contract services. Some of the examples we put up here are automated criminal justice systems, required connections with Monterey County, and so these things, body tasers, these are all just a part of their operations, but they're in contract services because we have to bring in third parties to get those done. They also have safety equipment, the flock safety camera subscription, ammunition, fuel, but those are the big ones. Fire, one lump package, we're pretty much just paying a contract amount. There are some costs that we have to support, including the upcoming fire truck. We paid for that in advance, so you're not seeing that as an expense item here, but that is money that's going to go out of the bank. Or I'm sorry, that's money that's already gone out of the bank. And hopefully there's no more money that goes out of the bank to get that thing delivered in this coming year. Ambulance, this is if you see, we'll see salaries go to zero. So, and it's moved down into the contract services line. Not on here is the cost of the new ambulance, because that is down in the capital projects area. It's the buying of an asset. So, but just keep in mind that is another cash flow that's associated with the ambulance. And then debt service. We have a little bit of debt service. It's about $500 a year, and it matures in 32. So we're paying $500 a year until 32 for debt service. That's for the Sunset Center, which we refinanced. So this is the lower refinance cost. So overall, total expenditures excluding CIP shall not exceed 90% of budgeted revenue. That's a guideline when we're putting the budget together, budget guideline. So right now, the total expenditures we just moved through are 31.9, and that's at 91.64, or $570,000 too much in operations if we want to stick to our guideline of limiting our operating costs to stay within our means, so to speak, to stay within that 90% of budgeted revenue. The other thing to keep in mind is we already had an existing policy that said the budget should be balanced. So you should be looking at funding sources and funding uses, and they should balance to each other. And so when we go into fund balance by $5 million, that's not a balanced budget. So those are two concepts that are in this you've seen a bunch of times. So a new slide for us this year, easy to read. So the Financial Stewardship Work Group asked us to come up with a list so that we could talk with council and understand the depth of the cuts that are left to make in order to meet that new 90%. There are kind of three paths we can take on this. We can fill the gap with fund balance, we can reduce the gap by cutting further expenditures, or we can do both. So some of the recommendations could be to use that fund balance entirely this year because it's an aspirational goal, and we'll look at how we're going to organize ourselves and focus our operations to further trim and streamline operations in the coming year and more easily meet the 90% next year. Another recommendation could be to freeze the hiring while we analyze what's going on in the city's operations and its operating needs. So you can see here's kind of the list of cuts. The top of this comes from some of the stuff that was put out in the City Council discussion at the May 6th meeting. I can say the second half of this list is potential operating cuts, generally not recommended because they would have impacts on achieving this year's operational goals. So when we're starting to cut that, then that's something we're just not doing. So, of course, generally all of expenditures are like this, but these are things I think people want to do. So how we approach this conversation is up to the City Council. And we'd be looking today to have that conversation, get some guidance, and then bring that back in our final budget. The other thing we've been talking a lot about is fund balance. So we're going to take a minute to talk about fund balance. Projected fund balance as of June 25. So we haven't, the next couple of months, we're still spending money. And that's kind of one of the challenges in this projection. But basically, this is all the different funds and the fund balances, and we think at the end of the year we're going to have $40.5 million in fund balance. I'll get to explaining it in a minute. We think after this budget next year we'll have $35.49 in fund balance. Why? Because we consumed some of our fund balance in spending all the money that we had in the budget. But here's the real thing we want to talk about. What are all those balances on that list? So there's about $28,000 of fund balance that's basically prepaid items. It's an accounting thing. It doesn't exist. Then there are restricted funds and committed funds. Those funds have rules around them so that you pretty much have to follow the rules as you're spending it. And some of those can naturally flow into our operations, but some of those are fixed. The 115 Trust, it sits up there as a fund balance. You can't get at it. The library's up there. Can't get at that fund balance either. So pretty much that 6.8 on the first graph, which is the year 25, and that 7.8 on the second graph, which is the year 26, can't touch. Assigned fund balance, that's the city council's prerogative. It can say, I'm assigning this to this area. I want to assign special rules to it about how it can be held or used. And then the green at the bottom is the unassigned. That's just everything that's left over after we've met all the rules and requirements. So at the end of this year, we're saying we're going to have an assigned fund balance of 19.5 and unassigned of 14.1. At the end of next year, we'll have an assigned balance of 19.8 and an unassigned of 7. So City Council can control assigned and City Council can control unassigned. That assigned, that kind of gold yellow line, that is our 50% reserve. We're saying we want to reserve for 6 months of operating expense. We don't know what can happen. We know the 3 legs of the stool are very volatile. We want to hold a little bit in reserve because we don't know what could happen in extreme situations, turbulent times. So that 50% sits as an assigned. It's yellow. Proceed with caution, but it is there. And that at the end of this budget, we would have, meeting that goal, 19.8, leaving us at the end of this budget with this total spending, including the CIP spending of $7 million that we're going to talk about in a minute, with 7.7 of unassigned. And in theory, that unassigned plus future profits are the extra cash we have to make whatever investments we choose. And so I wanted to kind of go in real quick to talk about what that investment might kind of look like. So for me to help understand, what I did is I put up the CIP 5-year. I said, okay, this is kind of right now our 5-year plan, and it's saying we're going to have 7.9 worth of spending this year. Then we're going to have another 8.8. Then we're going to have another 5.7. We're going to have another 2.8. Those are the future years. That's in millions. So about 8 million, 8 million, 6 million, 3 million. That's what our 5-year looks like. But one of the things we haven't really touched on is that we know we have additional infrastructure, we have deferred maintenance. We haven't got all the studies back yet. So we know that there's another 30 to 60 million hanging over our heads in additional projects that aren't detailed on the list yet. If we just took a stab at that and said, okay, somewhere in the middle, over the next 10 years, that would be us spending another 4.6 million a year to meet all those unidentified, but we know they're out there things. Just for the exercise of looking what happens, that puts our capital spending up to 13 million, 10 million, 7 million, 5 million. Now, I said we ended this budget with 7.7 unassigned in the green. Going forward, we're going to take 10% of all the revenue we make and put it into unassigned and then be able to use that for CIP if we want to. Let's 3.4 for the next 4 years. When we do that, after the first year, or year number 2, I should say, after this budget cycle, the very next year, we now have a negative available balance of 2.2. And each year, as we keep spending 10, 7, 5, we go from negative 2.2 to negative 9.1 to negative 13.2 to negative 14.6. So this is just an exercise in us understanding how complete is that CIP list, how much fund balance do we have right now, and how can we best spend it.
Jamie, if I can, so this is a really important slide, Council, because it's been a really, it may sound perverse to talk about a budget process being invigorating, but it really has been. Thank you, Mr. Delves and Mr. Booter. It's really been an exciting budget year. But because we're budgeting differently than we have in the past, where we've ended up with a fund balance because I was estimating revenues very conservatively and expenditures rather liberally, we ended up with this fund balance, which enabled us to use that fund balance for things like CIP in out years. And so we had this piggy bank of money. The way we're doing it here, and again, you can see that we're turning the budgeting process on its head to some degree, because we're taking 10% off the top for revenues and dedicating them to capital work, and then squeezing, that's the 90-10 that Jamie talked about, and then squeezing down the OPEX, the operating expenditures, to 90% of the revenue. So in the out years, unless we come up with a new revenue source to help supplant the existing revenues, or we dramatically cut back on OpEx, we're going to be running a deficit. So I think it was Mr. Delves who talked about this, not in an adversarial way at all, but this should be a forcing factor for the community that we need to really look more deeply into both our expenditures and our revenue opportunities. So thank you.
Yep. So that was a conversation about operations. We went through it pretty quick. It's actually a lot of the same slides you've seen every year. This is some new concepts as we're looking at fund balance and understanding now in the future. So then the next thing we want to talk about is capital projects. By and large, they're supposed to be color coordinated, but as Councilmember Delves pointed out to me in advance, some of the things that are blue should be in tan, for example, so we need to make some corrections to this. But in general, right now, in what the proposed list is, forest, parks, and beach represent 31% of the projects that we have listed here to do. Streets represents another 20% of the projects we have listed here to do. One thing I'll keep in remind you, and I think I don't have the slide up at the front, I'm not going to flip you to it, but this is CIP projects that are new. With the changes we made, we have right now underway, not going to stop, $3.8 million of projects. We think we're going to get the drainage mostly done by the end of the year, but we know we're going to be paving all through July. So that 3.8 in streets, and mostly in streets, is in addition to this list. So streets looks like it's smaller here, but if you count what we're already doing, it's actually larger as well. So 7.999 of new CIP. And what I thought I would do is invite our Public Works Director to come up and start a few words on the detail of that 7.99, if that works for you. Yeah? You ready?
I think so.
Here's your slide.
Thank you. Evening, council members. Thank you. My name is Ken Wysocki. I'm the new Public Works Director. It's my 7th work day, probably my 2nd day in full capacity of technology, but bear with me. I'm still unpacking a lot of these projects that are on our CIP. I see it's a healthy wish list. I'm happy to hear quite a few council members talking about if everything's a priority, there's nothing a priority, you know. So what is it we want to tackle, and what can we tackle from that list? If I recall, this list came to the council early May, I think, and with all the descriptions of each of the projects. And during that time, there were a few projects that were added on from that. I think there was roughly, 9-ish projects I saw different from the list prior to this list, which total about 1.5 million added on that meeting. So what we're looking for from the council is, from this list of 30 some odd projects that we have on here and priorities, is to get a priority tonight from what is non-negotiable to come off, or I wouldn't say come off, but move. We got to consider, you know, the capacity of the staff and the budget that we have, and what we want to look at that's on this list that can move maybe to next year or the year after. And this is the conversation amongst the council members to make that determination, so then staff can just take charge of what you provided us, guidance, and we can move forward in executing these projects. I've had experience working with a lot of priority projects in past organizations, and you know, it's challenging because there's a lot of, when I read a lot of these projects, you know, health and safety, we've got an aging infrastructure, we've got sidewalks that need work, you know, streets that could use some repairs, and we need to prioritize how we're going to accomplish that over the next few years. How do we set a plan going forward? And since I just started, I'm starting to unpack that. And I know this coming year, and I just want to give you guys comfort in that this is not my first experience. I'm doing something like this to bring to the council how we want to tackle it for next fiscal year. I know I just jumped on the train in the caboose, and the train is still moving fast, so I'm trying to get to the front of the train so I can steer it. So in that meantime, I'm looking for your guys' guidance on priority for this coming year, what you'd like to move off the list to maybe another year or take on for this fiscal year. Any questions or comments?
Go ahead. Just can I make one comment? Mr. Delves at our update, I think yesterday, had some really good questions that I sent out to the staff, and they answered, and then I forwarded the answers on back to him. Things like, we're Javier, who I think is here, is poised to go out to bid on our current list of street segments for $280,000. Do we have the capacity to add another 10 segments for $300,000? And he answered that very, very, as usual, very aptly about our ability to do that. And I talked to Ms. Wright, for example, about on the right-hand side of the screen, the gray areas, which are the library master plan administration, as well as the UV film replacement to protect the materials that we have. Ms. Wright said that we can remove the administration because CPLF, our partners, Carmel Public Library Foundation, will be doing the entire project for the remodel, or whatever we call the work at HML, and that it's a timing issue regarding the UV film. Depending on how long it takes to get up to get the project going, again, those materials could potentially. Oh gosh, there you go. Sorry, you were on the wrong slide. Clearly, it wasn't my fault. So those are two things that, again, we can start the cuts. Thank you, Jamie. Sorry.
So that was a brief discussion of CIP. To just kind of get to the closing spot. So what we're looking for is ideas, direction, guidance, that sort of thing. The next thing that is coming up is we're going to bring it all back, check all our totas to make sure they add up, and that would be ideally the June 3rd meeting, although with a budget to adopt, although I think we do have stuff on the calendar if we want to keep doing these meetings. So with that, now we're officially at the end of the conversation around expenses. So, and we would look for your questions and insights.
I've got two questions. Sure. Thanks, Mayor. Jamie, thank you for your presentation. I've got two questions. One of these, I wish I had come across this on our last get-together, because then it could have been part of the Q&A. But I noticed on page 25, and it's also on the slideshow on slide 12, it's for the Office of the City Administrator, and it's publications and subscriptions, and the amount is $275,000, which to me just seems like an exorbitant amount. So could you explain why that is so high? And just as a comparison, the planning department only spends $18,000 on that same category. So why is that high, and is that something we can cut?
So remember, IT is in the Office Administrator, and so what we do is we have to pay an annual license for all of our Microsoft workstations. We pay significant fees for things like Arctic Wolf, who sits over the top of our firewall and protects the city from fraud. We pay for the Google Office suite, because that's what we use for email and for texting, for messaging and calendars. All of that is in that line. So that's an important part about what we're spending, actually, and that's also in, I take it back. That's actually in subscriptions. You were asking about contract services. And so some of that's in contract services and some of that's not. Hold on.
And Joel's here, Madam Dramoff. I think he does a great job, quite frankly, negotiating with software providers. So I would argue, and I'll just ask him to come up if my answer is incorrect, that we get the best price that we possibly can for the number of licenses, is that what they're called, for our staff and for our computer systems.
The other thing that's in these numbers, thank you, is we have $70,000 for the annual audit and for the upcoming fee review that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to look through all the costing so we can come up with our new set of fees. That's in that number. We have about $90,000 for recruiting and investigations and benefit administration. We have about $100,000 for the folks that come in and do all the AV work and network security planning, and also some Wi-Fi work and a paid internship for the IT. So this is after we kind of cut a bunch of stuff from some of those budgets. So this is the smaller number, but because it has so many departments in it, you have little bits from lots of people.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Maybe just perhaps if the title could be changed a little bit to reflect what it actually is, maybe that would be my only suggestion. My second question is on the CEQA for the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. In the budget book on page 60 and 69, it was originally at $200,000, and I realize we've now lowered it to $70,000. So can you explain how you were able to reduce it so much? And is this an actual reduction, or are we just deferring it and then the other 130 will be down the road?
So the 200 was kind of the worst case, and we're looking at it and saying, you know, we think we can get it done with some in-house resources and out-house resources, and if there aren't any other problems, that should wrap it up. So we don't need to lock up extra money. We're going for what we think is the most likely case, so that brings that number down.
Okay, thank you.
We're just on questions, right?
I just have a quick question while Bob's looking. The $1 million that we put into the 115 trust, that actually doesn't show up as an expense in the budget. It just shows up as a revenue transfer from one fund to another fund.
Exactly right.
Is that the way we've done it in the past?
Yeah, so what we often do is we'll write it in as a kind of an additional note. But as Councilmember Bruder pointed out when looking at some of our forecasts, it's not actually the case. So nothing foots if you write that in because it's not an expense. But you can see it if you look at the fund balance, and we see right up there on the first line of restricted funds, we have a plus $1 million on the third column, and that is us increasing that reserve balance, which naturally reduces what falls to the unassigned fund balance.
So could you humor me and go to that slide for a second that shows the $7 million balance of the restricted funds, you know, the one where you had red and yellow and green and all that? I think that was probably it. So the $5 million or thereabouts that will be in the 115 trust is in the restricted funds category?
Correct. It's most of the restricted funds.
Like next year, if we had COVID-2 and we had a meltdown and we had another issue, could we use some of the 115 trust to pay, say, the money that we have to send to CalPERS for our UAL?
Yes. So 115 has a couple of functions, and one of those is rainy day emergency. And so if you have something where you can't make the payment, you can use this money to the extent of what you owe to make that payment. So if we know we're going to have a bill for about $3 million per the lines on that blue graph, we can use that $3 million there, and that leaves $3 million in our bank account to be used for something else.
Okay, thank you.
As long as you're there, in both these cases, in the assigned funds, is the general fund reserve, which is which per our new policy is 50% of revenue, and but 50% of revenue would be less than 19.
Actually, I think it's 50% of non-CIP expenditure. So it's a little bit
smaller.
Less. Mm-hmm.
So it's more like it should be about 15 million. I mean, because our non-CIP expenditure is about 30 million.
30.3?
So, bigger numbers. 30. 50% of that is 15. So you got 19,891. What else is in there?
Let's take a look. So what happens is that when you have a carryover of capital projects, then that is sitting there waiting until you finish spending it. Now, it's in assigned because the city council could always come in and say, you know, I'm done. I'm not going to spend that after all. And then you can get it back. But right now, the policy is you've approved it, we're building it, we're done. It's sitting there waiting for you to spend the money.
So that's helpful. So really this capital projects of 3893 is a carryover from the previous year. So you are assuming we're still going to have that at the end of June, so you're assuming we're not going to spend all of our CIP next year.
Yeah, and to make life simple, we didn't spend a lot of time changing that number around. I did originally, it was too hard to explain. So what we're assuming is you're probably always going to have a few projects at the end of the year that you haven't finished, especially if you keep putting on $7 million new lists. So at the end of this year, we know we've looked at it, 3.8, we're going to carry that over. At the end of next year, we will carry something else over. I'm estimating maybe it's going to be about the same, could be less.
Thank you for teeing that up for me, because we'll talk about that later. But I get it. Thank you.
So in the financial stewardship work group, we had a discussion about the unfunded pension obligation, the UAL. You had a slide on that. I was wondering if we might be able to bring that back up. This is one of those questions that I'm asking sort of kind of for the public's benefit so that we can just discuss what we discussed kind of in private. We got up here and had an actuary on the phone, and I thought that it was comforting to know that not only does the city have a consultant with deep expertise in this area, but also a financial model that projects this payment depending on various inputs, how long people live, the macroeconomy. And one thing I noticed about your graph is it stops in 2033, and if I remember from our discussion, that's actually an interesting inflection point. So can you just share with the public a little bit more about that model and also some of the current outputs, specifically how this, obviously you can see it a bit on this graph, the payment goes from 2.5-ish million, and then it sort of peaks around 3.5 million. But can you talk about the decline thereafter and then sort of the projected year that it eventually actually goes to zero?
Right. So that's why I put that last one on there, so you could start to see that bit of a trend. So the unfunded liability came about in cities all over and governments all over because they had been doing practices in their in the way their pensions were structured that caused increased costs. PERS let them do it. They didn't put all the money in to cover those increased costs. So you develop this big pot of unfunded liability. Then they said, okay, we're going to work it off. So cities and governments have been working off this unfunded liability. At the same time, we're getting closer and closer and closer to the people that benefited from those benefits coming to the point where they're starting to draw. So we're in this graph, we are seeing that we are coming to the point where the majority of the people are starting to get close to and beginning to draw. So the numbers that people can't read in the background are, the first number is 2324.
And for everyone's, she's saying draw, like as in draw money, not drop, like die.
But that's also a factor.
That is a factor. Death is helpful to this model.
Yes, we use actuaries for that, so we're not making any specific personal assumptions. And we are, to that point, we're actually in a larger pool. Because we're so small, we don't graph, model, and pay just on us, because we could really skew that, and as a matter of fact, we do. So what we're seeing in here is the amounts that we think we're going to have to put in continually climb until about the year 31 and 32. About 33, we've gone over the top, and they start to gradually decline. And what's happening is that most of the beneficiaries have received most of the benefits at that point in time. And I believe that the unfunded liability is fully covered by 41. So what we're looking at with the 115 trust, if we don't dip into it for a rainy day, is it can also be used for things like taking the top off of those big increases. So we're like, okay, we've been funding about $2 million every year. We think we can, in our operations, normally cover that. That 3.5 is going to be hard. Well, we can go into our trust if we fully funded it and it's yielding and it's ready for us, and take out that little bit above the 2.5, $3 million mark, and probably would be our target of $3 million, and start to take the head off of that duck. So we don't have to come out with that big 3.5 year after year after year.
Hey, Hans, can I, just because you brought this up for the benefit of...
Yeah, I was just gonna wrap up real quick. I mean, the only last thing I was gonna say is, this is obviously very sensitive to the stock market, right? So small changes in returns for CalPERS can cause big changes in what this looks like. But nevertheless, the headline is basically that, we often hear from folks that the pension obligations are going to bankrupt the city. And, when I look at this, it will definitely, impact us, because it's going to be an additional $1 million a year at some point for a number of years. And potentially that gets worse if the, stock market tanks or whatever. But absent that, what we're not, it doesn't seem like what we're seeing here is the city being bankrupted by the pension liability. Is that a fair statement?
So I think what we've felt is we've been seeing 14 to 17% increases in that the last few years, and the next couple, as we climb the steepest part of this. Within our operations, do we have funds to pay $2 million a year? So far, yes. So should we have enough to pay $3 million a year? We should, with fiscal management and knowing that it's coming. So no, we shouldn't be at a point where we say, oh my gosh, this is due and I can't meet what it needs.
And the last question really quickly was with the Section 115 trust, you modeled at one point, if we used that to dampen the curve here, where did we top off if we used the Section 115 trust for that purpose? Do you remember?
I think it was right about $3 million is the goal. So we would literally take that $3 million and stop, and then everything above that basically those lines would all stay flat. So where are we at right now? Hold on, let me not quote out of memory. So right now we're at 2.7. So we would be talking getting to a couple 100,000 more. So right now we're having the folks that hold on to our 115 trust model for us, and also look at different economic behaviors to see what is the performance of our current investments. Will it be there? What kind of funds do we need to be in to make sure it is?
Thanks, Hans. Just to kind of pile on to that one, I'm not concerned about necessarily bankrupting the town, but I'm not. This concerns me a lot. And if we're at 2.7 million right now, that's 8% of our revenue, right? So as we all have this discussion about, do we have unlimited money? That's a lot of money just going to somebody else's mistake. Well, mistakes that were made by others, so that we have to honor the promises we made to our employees. So, and no doubt that we do that. But you get out to when we're at $3.5 million, that's 10% of our revenue. And Hans mentioned it. If they have a 1% decrease in their return, 6.8% today, if they go down to 5.8%, that will increase all of these numbers by 50%. So that 3.5 million goes to what, 5.8, 5.9? You're not bankrupting the town, but you're not going to get much done without more revenue.
Correct. Right now, we're having trouble sticking to our 90%.
Right.
It would certainly be eating into what's available for CIP, or we'd be changing our operations to fund it.
Thanks for turning that into a question for me. A suggestion, Jamie, is when you had a slide where you were kind of projecting the future deficits, and you were doing that really with just CIP. But frankly, I think when we talk about future deficits, this should be a big piece of that. I mean, I think you can assume some controllable growth, moderation of operational expenses. We can control CIP. We can't control this one, and it could sneak up on us. Yeah. And I'll say it again, I'm really glad previous councils had the wisdom to sock away now $5 million to help with a potential,
exactly right. This department is the third largest spender in the city because of this number.
Yeah. Thanks.
Anybody else? So you sort of conflated the CIP into Section 2. Are we supposed to talk about that in Section 2? Because Section 3 was CIP. Is this section 3 that you're covering?
You know, I think that the
Yeah.
section 3 is basically the same information as this, so you might want to just
Have at it now.
yeah, have at it.
Yeah.
Okay, and should we do that through questions or comment? What's your preference?
You want to go public comment first? You want to?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Should I start poking at that now, or should I wait till we have public comment?
I think.
Can I suggest bifurcating it? I'm okay if you want to do the CIP first, but I feel like there's a bunch in the operations, and then the CIP is something else. And I worry the conversation could get muddled.
I agree. So let's just leave CIP.
I'm happy if you want to do CIP. Oh, I guess we're already in this topic, so.
Yeah, well, it's sort of.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm happy to leave that for another discussion so we can get through, because we've got some important things that we sort of glossed over.
To Hans's point, if we did CIP first, I suspect a lot of the audience is here for, well, that's not true. You're here for both.
They're here for the things that were read on the first slide.
Yeah.
So.
However you'd like to do it, Mr. Mayor.
Given that, I mean, you guys are the ones that are running the committee. You should tell me, because if we can lower these CIP numbers by either admitting we're not going to do it this year, right, which I know is your thing, or there are just some things we don't need to do, or they're too high on here, because I can do that. Is that going to help the discussion with the red items on the first slide?
I haven't spoken, so I would say I sort of disagree with Hans. I think that the budget discussion and the dollar amount matters, and maybe we should have the budget discussion first and then figure out what CIP, you know. I don't know.
As long as they're not muddled in the same discussion, because they're both pretty meaty topics.
Yeah, so I apologize. I'll be somewhat naive, but you guys have your head in this a lot, and it's 6 o'clock. If we pick numbers, if we reduce the CIP spend by just doing it better and more efficiently for less money, is that going to solve any of the red numbers on that first slide that people are here to talk about?
No.
That's what I was afraid of.
So I think you can safely have the budget conversation
now.
Now.
Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, and that's why people are here.
And I would say that, you know, the CIP, a lot of it is coming from unassigned fund balance that we've talked about before, and there's a ton of unassigned fund balance, and so I'm more concerned about the operating budget than the CIP budget. And I think the CIP budget can sort of wave in the wind a little bit because of the amount of the unassigned fund balance.
All right, so,
and we'll have that discussion later and decide how much.
If I could, if the Financial Stewardship Committee could sort of guide us through the choices and elicit comments, but do you want to go to the public now and get their take on this? I think so. And then we'll get more serious about what we're going to actually do.
I'm afraid to go up.
By the way, just so the public knows, because I know a lot of you, this is happening real time. I mean, we have put some constraints on the operating budget for the first time in a while, and they're responding. So this is new information. This isn't something we figured out 2 months ago. So we're seeing this too. Go ahead.
I'm just getting up to the top. There we go. Just make sure it works. Great. Good afternoon. I'm Amy Herzog, Executive Director for Visit Carmel, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. As you know, the city is in a 3-year agreement with Visit Carmel to manage its destination marketing needs, and there are 3 key reasons why this partnership exists. First, tourism is Carmel's #1 industry. Investment in marketing revenues returns directly to the city in the form of TOT and sales tax, vital revenues for the city. Second, Carmel is a world-renowned destination, and it's essential that the city have a seat at the table. This investment ensures the city help guide our marketing efforts. Third, our platforms, including our shared destination website, offer free promotion to all visitor-serving businesses, retailers, art galleries, tasting rooms, and more. These Carmel businesses, many owned by residents, rely on this visibility to stay viable, especially in such a competitive climate. Our marketing of local events is not only just to promote, but also to be a communications hub for business owners, the community, and our visitors, both before and during their stay. We support existing programs and experiences like the Art Walk, which came to us for help, and our partnership with the city made that possible. We also create experiences like the Wine Walk, which not only supports our wine tasting rooms, but it encourages walking instead of driving. The city itself has communication needs. We manage the official website, the visitor's guide, the village map displays, and visitor communications, including beach rules, parking tips, and so on. We created a destination stewardship program to promote safe, responsible, and respectful tourism. And this is a shared commitment with the city to protect our environment, our quality of life, and our historic charm. We've made Love Carmel Like a Local a priority. And we've also made a financial and strategic partnership with the Chamber's Visitor Center to even better promote responsible travel and manage tourists when they're in town. And the great news is our programs are working. We continue to attract new high-intent visitors to book overnight stays, eat at our restaurants, and promote all the visitors serving businesses. We've seen huge gains in reach, and we're expanding beyond drive markets to the fly markets, which deliver longer stay and higher spend guests. Visit Carmel partnered with Sea Monterey and the airport to secure the flight from Dallas several years ago, and we're actively working with these same partners now to attract new service from Chicago. And really importantly, recent hotel reinvestment in their properties is fueling higher rates. The economic benefits to the city have increased in the form of TOT alone by nearly 21% since 2021, outpacing both property tax and sales tax. That said, we do have room to grow. Occupancy remains flat, signaling an opportunity to bring in more overnight guests and more revenue for the city. This is an efficient, collaborative, and successful partnership that supports the entire ecosystem of Carmel's visitor-serving economy. And with the exception of the COVID year, the city's investment has not changed since 2019, despite our rising costs and expanded programs. In closing, we value the city's continued investment and partnership. Together, we're promoting and protecting what makes Carmel special while ensuring a sustainable future for our businesses and residents alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Of her? Go ahead. Let's get it over with.
Hi, Amy. Thank you for your presentation. Just real quick, how much money is in your budget, and how much do you spend annually on marketing?
Our budget is a little over $2 million, and we spend at least 80% of that on marketing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm glad Kieran clarified that we are also talking an overlay, big umbrella about priorities, which for us at Friends of Mission Trail is about reducing our fire risk. So I won't repeat what I've already said. Just to summarize, I am here to talk about the $175,000 capital improvement request for another drainage study, which will actually get us more.
Linda?
I'm sorry?
That's the next.
Just let her go.
Are you kidding me?
If you guys want to do it.
Let her go.
We've got some tough decisions to make on the operating side, but I'm just afraid yours is going to get lost in the prior discussion. I apologize for this being confusing, but it's a lot. We're talking about operating expenses right now.
I know, and I'm a little nervous now. I have just a mention of our appreciation for CIP, so I'll just keep that part really short. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I am Beth Bowman, the Executive Director of the Sunset Cultural Center. I'm here today on behalf of the Sunset Cultural Center to say thank you. We're deeply grateful for our continued partnership with the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, both through CIP support for the historic building and through the grant that enables us to manage and operate the Sunset Community and Cultural Center. We remain fully committed to our dual mission, serving the community through arts and education, and as a cultural and economic driver for our village. I'd like to briefly share what we're calling our waterfall to endowment. First, we built an operating cash reserve. Second, we established a short-term reserve to cover 6 months of expenses. Third, we're now building a capital reserve for ongoing upgrades and maintenance of our theatrical systems. Fourth, we'll begin funding an endowment or quasi-endowment by setting aside a portion of our revenue and investment income. In the meantime, we continue to invest in the facility. Last season, we wrapped up a $550,000 theater upgrade project with a new sound system. This year, we put in over $100,000 in infrastructure support for our new lighting system and orchestra pit. Today, we're grateful to the city and Public Works for prioritizing the elevator power unit replacements in next year's CIP. This will extend their lifespan and help ensure public safety. And then I'll skip just a little bit and we'll go to next week. We're proud to host Cal Presenters, an industry conference of peers from performing arts organizations across the West Coast. Over 100 attendees have booked 78 rooms in the village, and 2 local restaurants will serve as hospitality venues. And through the city staff, we'll begin submitting bi-monthly dashboards to council. It will include P&L updates, usage statistics, and audience feedback, including where patrons are dining and staying when they come to the Sunset Presents events. All right. Thank you for your continued trust and support.
Thanks, Beth.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hi, Carrie.
Good evening, Carrie Tice. Budget's big. I think I just need to point out a couple of things. I love your idea of looking at parking as a revenue, and taking a look at parking management is really important. So I'll probably be here in June too. The TOT, even though the revenue is going up, what I need you to focus on is occupancy. Occupancy is not going up. That's why we market. That's why we market to people to come and stay in Carmel at the hotels. We're not marketing to day visitors. Our specific marketing is to, especially the fly markets. They got to stay some places. They fly here. So a lot of our budget is going to the fly market. And you can see that our occupancy is not going up. It's actually, in the last few months, gone down. So there's a bit of a trend here. We've gotten, after COVID, we had revenge travel, which is the big bump. That's that big bump. And you can see we're past that big bump. So the reason we need to market is because we need to remind people to come here more often and stay here. And during a really slow time, you put money into marketing. The $120,000 that you are giving to Visit Carmel allows us to market the boutique shops, the galleries, the wine tasting rooms, the performing arts centers, the events, maintain the website. If you put in a valet parking program, which I think is a great idea, you're going to have to market that program. Because if you don't market it, nobody knows it's here. Visit Carmel can help you with that if you partner with us for the $120,000. That's where we come in. City staff does great job of helping get projects done, but marketing is not it. They don't do that. We do that, and that's why you need to partner with us. The C. Monterey funds allow us to partner with somebody that has a bigger outreach than we do. Is Rob here? Okay.
I go back.
He's going to talk about something that we, as Visit Carmel, would not be able to do by highlighting 2 of our premier chefs in 1 square mile going to New York. That's not something we could do. So I didn't like that table that you guys had up there. All right, so that's why I'm here.
Okay.
So please take a look at parking and don't cut the marketing budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Hi, Rob.
I will make this quick. I had my turn a couple weeks ago, but I did want to bring a couple of thoughts to bear as you're considering this. One, I didn't love that chart either. But to carry on what Carrie was saying, and I mentioned this before when I was here, right now at this very moment, we've got 2 chefs. We have Justin and Johnny Black in New York with over 30 top media outlets doing what they do, sharing the love. Cooking food, sharing food is sharing love, and they're sharing Carmel love, representing our destination. You know, I'm going to go back to something that Mark Stowell said about the investment made for these hotels to keep them fresh. They got to keep that going. What Carrie's doing in her project, you got to keep that going. You're very focused necessarily on what's going to happen in the next year with some talk about what's coming on down the road, but marketing's a long term. It's the long game, right? We're thinking about the customer you have today and the customer you want tomorrow. That traveler more and more needs to be on an airplane getting here, because those folks, and the research shows it, I didn't bring any slides or anything like that, we've showed these before, they're coming here from further away, they're going to stay longer, they're going to do more, they're going to spend more, and more often than not, they're not bringing their car. But they want someplace where they can go, they want walkability, they want the things that you have, but we've got to build the customer, the traveler base, for the customer that the hotels want and are investing in, and that you want. Because when these people come here and they stay longer, they do more, they spend more, that's going to create significant benefit for the community. So the things like Carrie said, we're doing things further away to try to build that customer base. We need folks coming to Carmel that aren't even thinking about coming to Carmel. Might not even know that you could come to Carmel-by-the-Sea for a terrific vacation. We got to reach further out, and it's not just domestically, it's internationally as well, to bring those folks in, because that's going to pay the bills, not just in the coming year, but for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob.
Hey, can I have a question, Rob?
Sure.
Hey, Rob, just a question. And we're going to have lunch, or we're going to get together on Friday. But I appreciate the comment about getting beyond, you know, the further visitor. How much of your budget do you spend, you know, beyond the Bay Area?
Probably about 60% right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it used to be a lot less than that. And like I said, we've got to spend further out, so.
Okay, I'll see you on Friday. Thanks.
Hi, Mark Stillwell again. Briefly, 3 quick points. First of all, excellent budget presentation. I've sat through 30 years of them at Pebble Beach, and this was under. I'm not going to comment on the specifics because I don't understand your budget the way I did at Pebble Beach, but the presentation, the clarity, and everything was excellent for a member of the public. 2, I mentioned the return on investment when we renovate, but I also think with the city's investment has a wonderful return on investment. I mean, I would estimate it to be multiples of what you spend, so keep that in mind when you're looking at that. I think you get more than your money back on that. And 3rd, I've traveled a lot in California, around the world and stuff, and we have one of the, if not the best product, best little small town and market I've ever been in. And I know I'm biased, but I'm also objective when I go out. And we just have to market better, because people come here first time staying at our hotel and they're like amazed at what Carmel-by-the-Sea has to offer. And I don't think we're doing enough, frankly. We should be doing more if we can. And I encourage the city to support that effort. And lastly, parking. You know, I recently got back from some communist bloc countries, and they're far behind us in hospitality in a lot of ways. And but they have a parking program there where you basically you enter you park, you enter in your license plate number. It goes into a computer bank immediately. You pay for whatever period of time you want, 1 hour, 2 hours, you know, whatever they set. And then they have a scanner that just drives around. And if that license plate shows up and you haven't paid for it, you immediately get hit with a fine and a ticket. So people are complying with minimal effort, I think. So it's just something to look into. I'd never experienced it before. I used it several times. It was easy to use. You don't have parking meters or anything like that. So that's just that's a last side note on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, anybody online? All right, let's bring it back and have a conversation.
The share the pain slide.
It's time to make some choices. Can I ask the Financial Stewardship Committee a question? Is that a fair thing to do?
Yes.
So you set the goal at 90%. That was not intended to be aspirational. That was intended to be this year, correct?
It kind of moved around a little bit. You know, I think there was some language in the beginning about it being aspirational. And then, you know, I think it morphed into us thinking it was a better idea to have it be firm.
Yeah, because it's sort of forcing us to make decisions that I personally didn't think were this year decisions. I was thinking that we'd have some time to make it priorities. It's sort of like it's becoming a priority when it wasn't, right?
But
and
I'll
that's
tell you
part of what this is about is to.
It's a great forcing function, though. Like this has never shown up, to my understanding. In previous years, we haven't seen this type of slide, which is basically here's a menu of, you know, what you can cut to right size your operating expenses, and so I think it serves a valuable purpose.
Yeah. So, I don't know who should to walk us through this, Chip or you guys, or all three of you, because you're asking us to make some tough decisions, right? And there are people in this room that it has a serious impact on.
Yeah, maybe there are questions.
Don't you think, to your question, Mayor, don't you think that we should answer that question before we walk through this slide?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest the first question would be like,
because we don't need to walk through the slide.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting one way or the other.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have my thoughts.
Okay, well, finish the discussion then. Are you saying that this is the year that we're going to make it 90% and that's what we should do, or should we have that discussion first?
I think that's a discussion.
That's a discussion.
Okay, all right. So do you want to lead that discussion?
Sure.
Go ahead. I'm turning the discussion over to you and I'll participate.
Does the council want to restrict operating expenses to 90% of revenue this fiscal year?
By making, these are the choices that we have to make.
Yeah, some combination of it. But the first question is basically, do we want to hit that 90% this year?
Yeah.
The way I would say this, Hans, is I'd like to have this discussion.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying the first question, to Jeff's point that he just made a minute ago, is logically, do we want to hit the 90%? And then if we can decide on that, then let's immediately move on to how do we do it?
I guess I just have to have the. Yes,
well,
but then we can.
So you'd like to go through the list.
I would like to go through the list to have the conversation.
I would too.
I'm in favor of reaching the 90-10 goal, and I'm really very grateful for the work that the subgroup did. And I think not only should we try to do it, I think we need to go through this list and see how we can get to it.
Well, I am of a like mind.
I am not. I think that the flaw in that argument is that the expenses, you know, there are two sides to every budget. There are expenses and there are revenues. And, you know, we stand here, you know, having adopted this policy a month ago, and, you know, it's budget season, so it's really easy to chop expenses. And it lays the expenses on the chopping block without the ability to have the revenue discussion, which are longer conversations in this same fiscal year. Because any conversation that we have about revenues won't happen until next fiscal year or halfway through this fiscal year. That's all undetermined. And so I think that conversation is lopsided. And I would say that if we were in, you know, a significant amount of financial trouble, if we had no reserves in the bank, I think there would be a stronger case to hewing to it. But frankly, we have whatever that number is, $8 million in unassigned revenues. We're talking about unassigned fund balance. We're talking about $572,000. I think we can eke out and I'm just reading the number off the slide. I think we could eke out $572,000 out of the unassigned fund balance for this 1 year while we get the other side of the budget in order. I think there is a definite, you know, we saw slides from Jamie about our projected CIP budget, so we're clearly going to have that I believe that we are clearly going to have that conversation anyway. And I think we should assume that we're going to have that conversation and swallow a little bit of our pride and stay at 91.6% or something close to that.
Hold on. So let me just kind of remind us where we've been. The work of the Financial Stewardship Work Group, first thing we did was we adjusted our reserve policy to take it to 50%. We used to have reserves all over the place. It was very hard to understand them. We just said, look, 50%, $15 million, or about $15 million. That's a healthy reserve. That's a half a year of spend. People have said it's too high. Others have said it's too low. We can change that in the future and take it down or take it up. But I think for now we're at 50%. I'm comfortable there. I think Hans is as well. I think we have a lot of big things that can go wrong and a lot of big things that we still need to do that we don't have figured out yet. We initiated this 90-10 policy where, again, we're limiting our operating spend, so that's spend that's not on capital things, not on infrastructure, to 90% of our revenue. We've never done that before, and that says the remaining 10% can go to capital, and that helps replenish our ability every year to the tune of about $3.5 million to continue to do capital projects. Because kind of the way we've been budgeting before, we were just kind of we were setting our operating expenditures equal to our revenue, but Chip had a way of doing it that produced a significant fund balance, so I get it. We initiate a policy to, when we don't finish a CIP project in one year, we carry it over to the next. All of this has forced a very healthy discussion. And Hans and I have had the benefit of doing that every week with Brandon and Jamie and Chip, and not really with the department heads. I hope we can get there next year, but I think it's forced the conversation with the department heads as well. One of the things that happened when we really pushed on this 90-10 was suddenly a bunch of things that used to be categorized as operating expenditures came back to us as capital expenditures. And it's sort of at first I was considering it a bit of a gimmick, but it also forced another good conversation. For example, we asked our forester to quadruple the throughput of stump removal, trees, et cetera. Normally, tree maintenance and done by the forester is an operating cost. But it was suggested to us, and we agreed that no, we've just asked for a significant investment in our soft infrastructure. That is a capital project, okay. But so part of the way we've already gotten closer to the 90% is we actually have increased the size of CIP projects. And generally I'm okay with that because I think it's what you just said, Jeff. The beauty of CIP is it's a project at a time, right? And the hard part about operations, it's the staff. It's so much controlled by staffing. The first item we have here is a hiring freeze, and it's the biggest potential thing we have. So it's a question: do we have anything that shows the positions that we are going to fill? Because I know we've talked about the positions we're not going to fill.
I think we do have a slide that would help us to have this conversation. I don't know that it has the detail of everything in it, but what we've got up here is a look at our FTE. And the graph on the right is a new one for us that we haven't seen before. And what it's doing is looking at the total list of the FTE that we have in the budget, and it's looking at how many of those are actually vacant. So right now, we have a list in the budget of about 90. Right, we're anticipating by June 30, about 9 of those positions are empty. So what the hiring freeze does, and the reality is, you see those little tiny numbers on the top of every one of those graphs? Every single year when we go into the budget, we have positions that haven't been filled yet. So how have we been doing? What have we been accomplishing without those positions versus what are you going to maybe not accomplish that you wanted to accomplish? So that's what I can share with you.
Okay. So it's, I mean, I'm not sure we're prepared to have a conversation about a hiring freeze unless we know what those positions would be. I mean, I know there's some police officers, there's...
Okay, I see what you're saying. So the issue would be is we can look at how we manage that hiring freeze. We can say, you know, it's a certain amount and we're going to manage it according to priorities. There are a couple of police positions in there that haven't been filled yet that are in that 9 that would be kind of on hold. We can bring those back individually, or we can quantify how much we freeze, and maybe it's not the whole amount. That number is the entire amount of unfilled positions.
Because we've already changed the way we budget for positions. In the CHIP model before, CHIP always assumed that he was going to fill every position on the first day of the year at the top rate. That's how he builds fund balance. And again, it wasn't wrong. And what we said is no, on average, it takes 4 months to hire somebody. Let's budget that way, because that's telling the truth. A hiring freeze can be a hiring freeze, but it can also be, you can slow walk it by another 4 months and save some more money.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or you do a couple right away, and some take longer. Yep. That would be a compromise position that would allow us to get to our number without stopping progress in key areas.
Because the other observation I'll make is we've got 2 department heads that are fairly new. I know, Ken, there's several of those positions are in Public Works. I would certainly like our new department heads to get their feet under them to understand, what skills and capabilities they've got before we actually commit them to hiring anybody.
Yeah, we're also investing a significant amount in equipment that could make them more productive. So maybe we don't need as many. We haven't got to that yet, but we will. So how much do you think, using that logic, how much using the hiring freeze or postponement do you think that you can gain out of that $995?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you have any idea, Jamie?
If you hired them at mid-year, Mayor, we'd save 6 months, so you'd save $500,000 approximately.
Well, you're already at 4 months.
Yeah,
right.
So this is 8 months worth of salary. So
That's
we
way to
cut
say
it in
it.
half, that would be just slowing 4.
So we get a good chunk of the 572 back just by
Correct.
doing that.
Correct.
This has moved around a lot. We've been
Still
looking
moving.
we've been looking at the who's in and who's out on the hiring freeze for like a month. Do we have the I don't know, I'm looking for Brandon, but do we have the actual
Position control list?
I thought we had exempted police officers. I was going to say, you're like a large human, right? I thought we exempted police officers. I thought we exempted the tree permit technician. Like what would be people that we would continue to hire that we exempted from the hiring freeze? And what specific positions are included in the hiring freeze?
So thank you. Yeah, Marissa and I were just back there working feverishly to try to find that list because we don't have it actively. I thought we did, but it would definitely be the police officers. We would hire those, and I think Marissa, were we talking about 2 police service officers and an assistant, not assistant planner,
the tech tree permit tech. No.
Yeah. See,
the assistant force.
If I may, I think to add some color to this conversation about the police officers, the interesting thing about hearing you have a discussion about police officers is hiring a police officer actually saves us money. Yeah, this is not, taking police officers off the list, it's backwards.
Jeff, you're mishearing it. That we were saying, keep the police. Let's hire police officers.
They're not included in the hiring. They're not in the.
But then they're not included in the $995,000 either.
Correct. That's not included in there. Yeah.
That's
people. It's positions.
They
other
agree
than
with you.
The police officers. My take on I was sort of, I don't know, was I strident, Bob? I was sort of strident on this point. I think that hiring freezes are kind of dumb, because essentially the staff had said, these are positions that we think we need. And now you're just saying, well, we're just going to delay hiring the people that we think we need. So it's like we need them or we don't need them. And I would so much rather have the staff or us decide what positions do we not need. Because you can't tell me that of the 90 FTEs, the 5 that we don't need are the ones that you just told me that we do need, right? Presumably there's some other positions there that we need less than those 5. And so I think it just kind of, it skirts around difficult choices, and it's sort of a blanket policy. And I think what we need is a scalpel. Like, tell me of the 90 positions, which ones that we need.
I agree with you.
I agree.
So we're at 91%. I mean, to some extent, I am with Jeff. I mean, budgeting it's a guessing game. It's an exercise. We've made a lot of progress. We've gotten close. I'm more interested in about where we are this time next year. Did we actually set aside another $3.5 million for capital by the end of next year? To me, that's what I want to hold you accountable for. Making a budget work it gets to be a bit of a game. I'm happy to talk about these things. I think we should talk about these economic development issues because these people are here.
Yes.
And they should understand what we're thinking.
And I think we should do that. There are just 2 other comments that I had. One was, the budget is $34 million. Like, that's the projected revenue. So 10% of that's $3.4 million. I think there's sort of widespread acknowledgement that our CIP budget is going to need to be on the order of $8 million a year for a number of years. So that 90% probably needs to be more like 80%, right? At least at current revenue, which leads me to my second question or second point, which is, for a number of weeks, I've also been saying, hey, show me revenue options too. And, maybe this is fine because it's forced us to have this difficult conversation. Bob in these meetings would say, show us the pain, so we can show the community the pain, right? Like, at what point are we starting to eat into muscle, right? And some of these things certainly start to feel that way. When you look at where the cuts have come from, salaries stayed constant. Basically everything else stayed constant except for like contract services. And eventually you do start to feel those things. And so I agree with Jeff, and I think there are some other folks who agree as well. Like, revenue should also be on the menu, and then we can decide like what's something that we're actually willing to cut as a service for the community, our level of service, versus looking at a revenue option. But if revenue stayed the same, I do want to point out that we would need to be, south of 80%. So, there's some things to work through there.
Yeah, but we're also looking at the items in the top there, that if we cut them, I'm not sure we understand the impact of those things, because it could cut our revenue and make the problem even worse. I mean,
I'll speak.
We've been told that they're helping with our revenue, so
I'll speak.
We run a risk of doing that.
Yeah, I have some comments, and I wanted to thank Rob and Amy from coming up. I was writing down the numbers as you were asked the questions about your revenues, and we get roughly $8 million a year in TOT, and you have a $2 million budget. So I'm assuming that you have a $2 million budget, and then we have a $300,000 and some thousand investment in C. Monterey. And so some part, speaking only selfishly from the perspective of the city's budget, like without considering anything, without considering the state of the hotel rooms or the state of everything else that the business community does for the city, speaking only from the perspective of the city budget, between Visit Carmel and C. Monterey, we generate $8 million a year in TOT. And it's hard to, without any marketing at all, without any marketing at all, would we generate $6 million in TOT? And the answer to that question seems to be no, right? So the answer to that question seems to be that the $2.5 million that we spend, the $2.5 million that we spend on marketing generates, between us and Visit Carmel, seems to generate at least $2.5 million for the city in the form of TOT. And so when I extrapolate that back down to our investment, like on the dais, our investment of $350,000 in these organizations, the question I kind of want to answer from the city's selfish budget perspective is, does $350,000 generate $350,000 in TOT? Like that's where I see Carrie, and I promise we have not talked about this. Like that, like aside from the ordinance that's on the screen and all that, the ordinance that's on the wall there, does $350,000 generate $350,000 in TOT? And the answer to that question, I think, is yes. I don't have a problem making that. And I know Carrie and I have had a conversation in the past. I think we shouldn't pay C. Monterey. I think we should give it all to Visit Carmel and let Visit Carmel pay C. Monterey and decide, I've said that before, decide whether that investment is worth it. I don't know how to do that. But the $350,000 for me, from a selfish budget perspective, seems like it pays off. And coupled with sort of Carrie's comments on occupancy and Mark Stillwell's comment about the state of the hotel rooms, I think that this money goes to make those things better. I think that aside from the TOT that we collect, the revenue that the hotels collect from the increased marketing that we spend will lead to better hotel rooms. And that also will lead to more TOT on that side of the budget. Now, I say all this knowing, I agree. Alessandro, you made some comments yesterday about when we were talking about converting about the hotel program, when we were talking about converting sort of the lower end hotels, and I agree that that's a concern. That we are creating a community. We are creating a community where we only have expensive hotel rooms, and I think that I think that is a problem for us, and that we should sort of figure out how to navigate those waters. So I think about that when I make these comments. But I do think that the $350,000 that we spend on marketing pays not only us back, but the quality of the city. So that's my analysis.
So it sounds like to me that some of the night, go ahead.
Oh, since we're talking about the tourism promotion and the marketing, I would be okay with continuing to give this money, but what I would like to see, and I know with both organizations, the way they are written is that the money that they use has to go to marketing. And so what I would like to see is in the future, if there is some way that they could give back something tangible, and this touches, I'm going to mention this in the CIP, so I don't want to talk about all of it now, but some way that they could tangibly give back to the downtown towards beautification. And I'm not talking about just doing a photo op with picking up some trash and cigarette butts. What I'm talking about is perhaps helping to pay for the restroom at Piccadilly Park that visitors would be using. Other projects downtown, the islands, the medians, trash cans, whatever it is, if there's some way that we can write it into their future bylaws that they give back a little bit to the community in something tangible, not just volunteer hours, but something tangible, I think that would go a long way to make the residents feel better about the tourism that we do and the marketing that we do.
Okay, so it sounds like some of that $995 is going to be gained just by the very nature of hiring people. Is that correct? I mean, just by the delays in hiring, even if we don't intend to do it, to play to Hans's, rather than, or we would just say we're not going to hire those two people to begin with.
I think there's already a budget assumption that it's going to be 4 months.
So that's already baked in. Okay, so if we want to lower that number, we just say we're not going to hire those two people, which play, to your point earlier. And I'm not sure we have the information to do that tonight. I mean, I'm going to look for you, Chip, too. You're running the show. You're the CEO.
Yeah. Could you rephrase the question, Mayor? I'm not sure I understand.
It sounds to me like we don't want to cut the marketing, right? So those numbers are staying the way they are.
I mean, that's up to you.
Okay. We had some proposal here to just leave the 91.6 and not do any more cutting. I think you put that on the table, Bob.
Say it again.
I think you said we could just leave the 91.6 and not push it to 90 this year and make it aspirational next year.
That's an option. I mean, that last 91.6, stay at 90 and utilize fund balance. That's just another option. I mean, funds are fungible, so it's.
Did you put that on the table as something that?
What I put on the table is, if I'm within 1.5%, basically 1.5% of where I wanted to be 5 months ago when we started this budgeting process, I'd be delighted. I'd do a head flip, and so I think we're close. I think we made a lot of progress.
Do you want to make a motion for that?
Not yet.
Okay.
Because I want to talk about marketing.
Okay.
Guys,
right, go ahead.
I mean, Carrie, when you reached out to me pretty quick. And as I told you, I just like a little bit of friction in the process because I think we have to help people realize we're just not. Look, we've got over $30 million in the bank, right? That's the good news. Jeff has been talking about that. That's fabulous. It's there because we haven't gotten a lot of things done for years. And our infrastructure's been deteriorating because we haven't been spending the money on it. And we're getting better. We're going to spend $5 million on infrastructure this year. That's doubling what we spent last year, which is doubling what we spent the year before.
In some years, we spent zero.
Yeah, we had a pandemic too. So, I will sometimes sound like this is all gloom and doom. But even with $34 million in the bank, as Hans just said, if we're doing $8 million a year on CIP and replenishing at 3.4, we're going to drain that pretty quick. And the streams will cross, and we're going to have to address things. And I'm just all about trying to force that conversation and help people, as we said, see the pain that might happen in 3 or 4 years now, so that we can have a conversation about revenue if we need to. Right? But I'm not going to have that conversation until I've convinced myself that we're managing our city and managing our finances. So far I'm feeling like we're making a lot of progress on that. So, on marketing, I've been to your meetings. I think you guys are professional. I've been the chairman of a tourism board that was also very professional, and you guys are really good at what you're doing. So I don't think you're wasting our money. I think you're doing a good job, and I think the results are showing. I agree with Jeff. I think we're getting a return on investment. The biggest problem I'm hearing, and Mark Stillwell said it, is that we have a great product, but your product is our home. And that's where the friction really is happening. And the changes we've made in parking have made it worse. But downtown, it's just nuts. And what's spilling into the side streets is kind of nuts. And there's just a lot of pushback out there that we're over-marketing. And that's why you'll hear me focus. I was delighted, Carrie, to hear you talk about occupancy. As I went to some of your meetings, and I was a little disappointed to hear more focus on revenue per available room, saying, well, that's more important to us as lodgers, because if we push occupancy too high, it pushes our staff too hard. We can't keep staffed and all those things. To which my response was, well, that's your problem. Please push occupancy. Because as your hotel fills, your revenue per available room goes up. So I would ask that you keep doing that. I keep pushing on flights, and that let's please get that Chicago flight, however we can. And I've got stories from past experiences about that I'd be happy to share with you and connect you with some other people who could be pretty valuable to you. And to see Monterey, I would be delighted to never see a Carmel advertisement south of the Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, that's just, if you can drive here, I don't want to beg you to come here, because I just don't think those people are driving. They're driving our sales tax some, but but they're just increasing the congestion. So I think we really got to focus on that further away customer. So thanks for the opportunity to speak up. So sorry, did you want me to make a motion?
Yes.
What do we need a motion for?
We don't, because we adopt the budget in June.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it's starting the discussion that he
we have to do the
gets some
CIP.
support.
And if there's consensus, then we'll bring it back using fund balance in 91.6, and we'll go from there.
And see what we can do to get the revenue number up, which we've talked about, the parking and
Yes, sir.
some other options, and there were some parking options that several people brought up today that don't take long to implement, according to Jamie, right? Might be some unhappy people in town, and it might be very targeted.
She's very Hope Springs eternal kind of person.
But I personally believe there are some things we can do to get the revenue up by just making the town more livable, safe, and so on. And the state caused some of this problem, so we can probably undo that. And we'll work with the chief and see what we can do. All right, I'm good with that. Jeff? Alessandra?
Yes, I just have a question, if we could take a break before we start the CIP.
No, I was going to say that next.
Okay.
Great to see.
Then Linda, you're up. After we take a break.
Thank you, everybody, for that very thorough discussion. I think it was a very healthy discussion, and again, I think we're just going to continue to sharpen our pencils and look to do some things next year. Hit that 90%. Thank you very much. We'll be back in We'll be back in 10 minutes.
I kind of did last week. I did pretty good. It wears you down. CIP. Fun.
Brownies, sugar, and cocoa, and nuts.
Jeff, have a seat. Back in session, and we're going to cover the capital improvement projects with some discussion, some questions first, I guess, and then some discussion, and hopefully we can work through this quickly so we can all go home. Jamie, are you going to be up here?
I think I'll get the list.
Yeah.
And then what I'll probably do is invite him to speak to the individual projects, depending on how you want to do it. Do you want to talk about the list as a whole, and do you want to take some individual looks at the projects on it? We have 2 projects we probably suggest we want to take off, and then decide how to go from there.
Okay. I'm going to ask the council a quick question. Is how familiar do you all feel you are with this list? Do you need somebody to go through it all in any level of detail, or do you think you're comfortable with it? We don't have much from the public here to get involved. I mean, we've covered this before at a previous meeting, I think, for the most part. You're good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you all good?
Good.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're just going to start with questions from us. The list is up, and then we'll get Ken and Javier up here, and Mary perhaps, to answer some questions. Might as well give it a try, huh?
Give it a try. Looks good.
All right. All right. Questions? Go ahead.
So there's been a lot of talk about the Mission Trail Nature Preserve projects. And last year we did, or in the past few years, we did sites number 1, 2, and 3. And I think, and Mary, you can correct me if I misspeak. We did 1, 2, and 3, and I believe there are 8. So do the sites proceed up from Mission Trail? Are they numbered like in increasing elevation?
Yes. Yes. So it's going. I guess it would be north, and it would be like the next ones that we're proposing are 4 and 5. So.
I think, and I'm sorry, I know this came up, but back in March, and I didn't follow up on it. Do we know how much projects number 4 and 5 would cost to do? If it's $175,000 to plan them, to get them shovel ready, how much would it cost to do them?
Let me grab my, I think in the budget book, it has a depiction of that.
Can I add something to that? It's my understanding that there's grants available.
If you're going to do it, stand up and come to the
Okay. Well,
it's my understanding, and I was going to make a remark, that there were grants available after the assessment study was done.
That's my next question.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, I want to take the floor.
Yeah.
So in the budget book on page, I believe it's page 65, there's a description for you that it talks about the grants and.
So there was a number, $1 million that was batted around.
That's
the grant amount, or
right, that they offer from $1 to $3 million that we could apply for. And so we have a pre-application that we're just beginning to get prepared.
Do you have any? So we had some success, and maybe we had some success getting that money in the past. And I'm not sure Mary was here.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know whether this was Mary or Anyos that got us the $750,000, whatever that amount was that we got in the past. So is it the same organization, or the same, are we applying through the same sort of grant program? Because one of the things that we've had trouble with getting grants is that we're an affluent community, and generally those grants don't come our way. And that grant seems to be an exception.
That's correct. This is actually a different grant that's through the California Wildlife Conservation Board. That one was through another state agency, but it was a different state parks district grant. We have looked into it, and we've talked to this board, and it does sound like there isn't a limiting factor for us being a wealthier community. So it looked fairly positive to be able to get this grant. So that I would think that unless that funding is taken away at a state level or something in the next couple of years, that would be a grant that might be very easy to get. But we haven't looked into it further to see how difficult some of the grant reimbursements are to get.
Yeah, so we've had some issues. Yeah. We've had some issues with that in the past.
Right.
All right. So I'm in favor of leaving that one on. I think that it's sort of a step-by-step progression, and the Mission Trail Nature Preserve people are passionate about it, and they probably have a reason to be passionate about it. So I support leaving that one on. I don't know what everybody else thinks.
You might not want to go home.
Can we just start at number 1 and just go through them quickly? I think that's a logical way to do it.
Are we in council questions right now?
Yeah, questions.
We can ask questions. I'm just going to start at 1 and ask questions.
You're going to go
Yeah, but I just think that's better than jumping around. And we can just skip, probably a number of them we'll just skip.
But just questions.
Yeah, just questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so number 1.
That wasn't just a question from me.
Yeah, it's okay. We're going to start this way because the other way wasn't efficient. Number 1 is resurface parking lots. Anybody have a question before I ask mine?
Yeah, I have a question. Is this, so we get SB1 money, right? We get SB1 money and the Monterey County, the other money, the other grant.
Yeah, Measure X.
Measure X. So we get that money on the condition that we spend a certain number of dollars.
Yeah, it's called maintenance of effort. Yeah.
So which of these projects up here, so number 1 is part of our maintenance of effort, and I'm pretty sure this was on one of the slides.
It was in one of the questions too.
One of the slides.
It was in what? Yeah. I think we posed that question, and then Mary, you answered the maintenance of effort question, and Javier, you had a follow up regarding our maintenance of effort and whether we could get all the work done next year in resurfacing.
No, this is part of the maintenance of effort. Number 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
And number 2 and number 4.
Because I asked,
and even number 5, if I remember right.
Well, that was miscategorized, but I asked the question, Jeff, because are 1, 2, and 4 part of what is it, maintenance of effort?
Yeah.
And I thought the answer I got back was, even if you didn't do these things, we would still get our TAMC money.
Yes.
Because
it's not necessary to spend this money to get the money from Measure X and SB1.
We could do nothing and get the money from Measure X and SB1?
We have enough money that's already allocated or budgeted for
from past years?
Yes.
Okay.
So this money would go beyond what our necessary maintenance of effort would be.
Okay.
Nevertheless, I mean, the mayor just asked me that the parking lot at Sunset is really in rough shape. I mean, it's not, there's no potholes or anything, but it's a really coarse, chewed up parking lot area. This is, again, not the north lot, correct? This is the south lot and the turnaround.
This is the south lot?
Where Mr. Booter's children ride their bicycles, incidentally.
This is the south lot.
We probably should. Can you clarify what portion of the?
We probably should put that on here.
It's on the south side of the complex, not the north lot.
The lower one or the upper one?
Well, is that the lower or upper one?
That's the lower one.
By the Bach Festival building and the
Correct.
Friends of Library.
It's the one that's in dire need.
I guess I'm not supposed to comment yet, so I'll.
Yeah, okay. Well, all right. Anybody have questions about the road segment project?
Are we just going to go back and comment on each of them?
Well, if you don't want to comment as we go, I'm happy to comment as we go.
I'd be happy to comment as we go.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll just check them off and get them off the list. Okay.
Then we'll see where we are at the end.
Okay.
So my comment on that parking lot one, my understanding is also it includes the parking lot at the children's library. That
Yes.
one does have like some significant root intrusion issues.
Yeah.
Javier, I did finally go back and take a second look at that one, but I will say, like, I almost every day I go to the south lot of the Sunset Center and my kids ride bikes, and I don't know. I mean, it feels fine to me, and it is true that the turnaround, like for the Sunset Center, that is very coarse, asphalt. But I mean, the south lot, I think you could maybe take that off. I'm curious to know if it's one of these things where you feel like it's going to degrade to the point where eventually it's going to start costing us more money. But I mean, maybe I could go back out there again, but especially because it's not used. It's not used that much. It just doesn't feel like
we're going to use it more.
There you go. Yeah.
We're going to use it more. You'll find out. You'll find out in the future, but I think it's going to get used more.
So if we're going to go into these one at a time, can we take a step back?
Yes.
Because I think we need to look at the big picture before we look at the small picture. And honestly, I think we made a lot of progress on looking at how we look at operations in the last year. I don't think we've made much progress on CIP. The CIP budget looks a heck of a lot like last year's. And the one before the year before that, and the year before that, and it looks like a very large wish list of stuff without prioritization. And we're going to carry over $3.46 million, and that's primarily a big paving project. In fact, I think we should almost look, but it's a shoreline infrastructure repair and the coastal engineering study. But that's $3.4 million. Now we're talking about adding another 6.789. So this is going to be $10.25 million of capital spend. This year we'll spend $5 million. It's, again, twice as much as we've ever spent, at least as we've spent in a long time. And hats off to us for doing it, but do we really think we can double our ability to spend on capital in the next year? I don't. And I also want to say that, we need to start using our budgets and our numbers as a measurement tool to hold our staff accountable. And if we keep approving a budget of $10 million, knowing that we're only going to spend $300, I'm not giving a lot of direction to the people that I've asked to spend it. It's just like, okay, it's just a number. I have no way to measure you. So I feel strongly that we need to go through the effort of setting this budget to what is actually achievable in the next year, because that's what this is. Something I think we need to work on. I've already said some of this, but what we need to work on in the future is also creating the 3- and 5-year budget, so that if we say we're not going to do something this year because it just doesn't sort high enough, it's still important and it's probably still urgent, but it still doesn't hit the top of the list, you can put it into the next year's budget. We're not going to get that done tonight, so that's an aspirational goal that I'd like to get to soon. Because anyway, I don't believe we have the capacity to spend $10 million on capital. Without more project management skill, I don't think we have the skills. That's no offense to people with the skills. It's just a matter of quantity. I think this list must represent what we can accomplish. It should focus only on what is urgent and important, because we've dug ourselves into a hole where we got to deal with what's urgent and important before we deal with stuff that's important but not urgent yet. And certainly things that are neither urgent nor important shouldn't even be on the list. I think these things need to be prioritized and attacked more sequentially. And I think that's a management task, not necessarily, I'd like to have management do that so that we can understand what you think the prioritization are in terms of your ability to get after it. And then ultimately, these things need to be assigned to responsible people with dates of completion so that we can measure it. And, the elephant in the room, we still don't have an answer on the Public Works Police Station building. It's still a big number coming forward. No matter what we do, it's a big number. And that's not on anything. It's not on anybody's horizon right now as a number. So every time I look at one of these projects, I have to ask myself, is this more important than saving some money for that building? So it's a matter of prioritization.
I think there was a $50,000 number somewhere.
That's just for doing the stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't for the building.
I went through this list, and I'm prepared to do it with you, but just asking the question, is this urgent and is this important? And so if we want to go through these and ask a question
I could also
one at a
add,
time.
is it easily done without taxing anybody?
Yeah, that's fair. That's good.
I have some comments in response to Bob's comments.
Yeah, please.
I think when I first of all, it's a good point. We don't want this to be COVID money where we're just shoveling money out the door and it's wasted, or a project isn't done well because we don't have the capacity, or we just don't do the projects on the list, and then it creates an accountability problem. That being said, I agree with that part, but when I listen to you, I think it almost sounds like every project on there is a Javier project.
It's done.
But I think if we dig into this like a little bit deeper, like the choke point is capacity with project management in public works. But actually when I went through this list, many of these will be handled predominantly by other staff or departments. So tree maintenance catch-up plan, city forester. Forestry utility bucket, presumably the city forester is going to tell you what to buy. Police patrol vehicles, like Chief Tomasi is going to tell us what we need to buy. All the Carmel Cares projects, I'm pretty sure that the mayor is going to handle those. Library master plan administration, it's like the library and community activities director. Objective design standards, it's going to be Anna and community planning and building. IT network, wireless access, those are IT. Some of these also require very little staff time. Ambulance heart monitor, police radios, the shoreline infrastructure repair, the coastal engineering study phase 2. So I think we need to be just a little bit more specific about it and say, hey, we have a specific capacity issue relating to project management in public works, things that Javier would be working on or that we'd be outsourcing, and then focus on those projects in terms of those capacity constraints. Backing up just a little bit, I do worry that we have sort of a broken staffing model for project management. We have one project manager for all of this stuff.
And outside,
sure. And we've been trying to hire a second project manager for 2 years. And when that happens, the market is trying to tell you something, right? It's like we're not offering enough money for somebody to come and take the job. And so I think we either need to pay up to hire a second project manager or just rethink, the staffing model. And I think one thing to consider is, does our project manager need to have an engineering background? Or could they just be a detail-oriented person, who knows how to put together a contract, who can manage an outsourced engineer, and who's going to pay attention to detail? Like none of the 5 of us up here are engineers, but I am 100% confident that we could effectively project manage these projects. So, I think that if we looked at it through that lens, potentially there's something there. I think about Tom Ford, for example, on our staff, as kind of an underutilized resource. Like that's a guy who could manage some projects like this. And maybe it's not Tom, but somebody like that. And so I really am very interested in understanding kind of what should the staffing plan, how should we approach this? Because if you tell me, hey, we need to hire a second project manager, then I'd say, fine, let's give you 6 months and let's build the CIP budget, assuming that we hire that person 6 months from now, and then hold staff accountable for hiring that person. And we size the CIP budget based on projects that are associated with that particular choke point, for basically 1.5 FTEs. I just think that we need to really be thoughtful about how we define the problem.
I agree.
I just want to add something. I definitely agree with Bob's comments and the idea of putting a 3-year and a 5-year CIP, not something we definitely put together tonight, but something that staff could work on. I think that would be very helpful. But I think tonight, maybe something that would be very helpful, especially to our new Public Works director, is if we gave him an idea of what is an absolute priority for each of us personally, and he mentioned, what is non-negotiable. I think if we each went around the room and just gave him an idea, I think that would be helpful for him, and that might help guide us a little bit on what things might be put aside tonight that we could put for a 3-year plan.
And Mayor, do we want to do, because first off, Hans, thank you, you're right. Do we, to Alessandra's point, do we now want to go through these one by one and just give our opinions?
That was my plan.
I know. I think we just wanted to provide some background.
So Hans took the opportunity, and I would like my 60 seconds, and I would say I agree with what Hans said, and Hans talked about, so for example, converting Tom Ford into a project manager, just to use his example. I am not averse to hiring project managers. I think we get good. I would be interested in understanding, what that model looks like if, the council's willing to get behind it and take that heat. Hiring one of the firms that we've done business with in the past. And I know that I look at Public Works and I know that those project managers need management as well, of course. And I don't know how that would affect your staffing. But it's pretty easy to just hire a gun to shoot the project. And I would definitely be interested in getting some of this out of the way.
I haven't been that happy, and I've been outspoken in meetings about it previously with what we've been doing. There's a lack of common sense. And I can go through some of this if you want. I'm going to bring it up as we go through.
You're saying a lack of common sense.
Because I've been on site with everybody involved in the project time and time again, and it just keeps showing up with the same thing that I don't think any of us would ever approve, because it just doesn't make sense. And I've had a conversation with Javier. I haven't had a discussion that much with Ken because I just had an hour with him, but there's something wrong, and that's something we need to fix.
Well, I almost feel like before we can pick how many projects are going to go on this list, I would love to hear from Chip, what is your plan for the staffing solution here? Is it to basically continue what we've been doing and have 1 to 2 in-house project managers, and then some outsourced project management?
And that would, yes, absolutely. That was the model that we created. And I certainly hear what the mayor is saying. That said, again, Ken's been here for 7 days. I'm sure he'll figure this all out by tomorrow. But I think a combination of in-house staff, Mr. Booter, and then complemented by professional contractual services. They're consultants. And again, as we've talked about, all of us individually at our updates, is that can become a dirty word for some people. But again, I think that they do bring an area of expertise, and we're not beholden to them, right? They're not an employee. So when we're done with a particular project, we can cut them loose. But again, I hear what the mayor is saying. We need to be very judicious about that. And
can I just give an example? Can I give one example?
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay. Number 15, Piccadilly restroom expansion design. That project was started by Jack Galante and Pepe because it's just a disaster. 50 people standing in line on weekends, even on Fridays, Thursdays sometimes. And people are, talk about reducing revenue. They're standing in line for 50 minutes to go to the restroom instead of spending money at a restaurant or a business. And that's a lot of people you're taken out of action. And they have the blueprints for the restroom that's there. We're talking about carbon copy, this exact same restroom. The plumbing's already in place. Everything's there. You just copy and paste. The architect's available. And it costs $10,000 to do the first one for the architect. It's a design build. I've already given a contract from a highly qualified contractor that can, and you've got it, I've scaled it back a little bit, but $200,000, including restoring the existing one to match. And yet it's down here for $70,000 for the architect, for the design. It's a cube. So, and that's been brought up multiple times now, and yet it's still on this list. So they either missed it or something's wrong that it just keeps coming back. I could go, there are some other ones on here the same way. I think
my concerns are more about kind of attention to detail. It's one thing to say you did a project. Anybody that's worked in construction understands, like, you go out to these pavement projects and the devil is in the details. Like, how does the slurry seal line up with somebody's driveway? Is there a bunch of black stuff that just gets spewed all over their pavers? Right? You go out in the parking lot here and, like, it generally looks pretty good, but there's definitely, like, some black kick up on the woodwork and stuff. And then similarly, like, we don't want to be rushing through the creation of contracts, right? Those things are really important. So I do think that making sure that we have the and the expertise to handle those things, is really important. I think the fact that we've had that position open for 2 years, I just think it tells us what we need to know.
I know people that hire project managers for Pebble Beach, and they have absolutely no problem hiring project managers. They're agencies.
Do you think that it's I don't know what
Andy Carr's daughter is one.
Yeah, I talked to Andy about it, but do you think that it's do you think that it's the salary?
I have no idea.
Because my understanding from talking to staff is basically that these folks can go work for the people that we are outsourcing to and get paid, significantly more. And I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like we need to hire that position. If this is going to be our model, then I think we should go hire that position.
So my request would be give me till the end of the calendar year. Again, Ken's now here. He's a real lean forward kind of person. So give me that time. You can do whatever you want with the list, but again, we've got enough capacity to keep 2 project managers busy. So give me till December 31st. Give me whatever it is, 7 months.
Okay, please. So basically it'd be like 1.5 project managers over the course of the year, a full-time Javier, and then
And Ken's here, so I'm going to drive him around.
Have lunch with Ken. He gets project management.
Yeah, he'll be able to handle this easily. I'm excited about that. So how do you want to?
Let's go. Number 1.
How do you want to handle this?
I want to handle it anyway.
I've tried it 3 different ways.
My suggestion is that you pick off the ones that you're not supportive of, and if everything is copacetic with 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, then you don't talk about them. I don't think you need to have a debate about something that you see as as pretty rote. I will point at number 5. Again, we've been working, quite frankly, with the mayor on the retaining walls, and that's why it says redesign and construction. So again, I've spent some time out there with the mayor. The mayor's met with Javier and Mary several times, and we'll take Ken out there. But again, that one is just a placeholder. We may not do the project that we had scoped a year ago.
Might do something better.
Might do, ideally.
Yeah, it's probably if we do something better, it's probably, I think it can get done for $350 to $400.
Yeah, number 3 and number...
It gets you 15 parking spaces.
Number 3 and number 8 are different. So one is the flat work for ADA parking on Scenic and San Lucia, and the other one is we need to continue to invest in ADA updates to remain compliant. So that would be a building repair, a water fountain or something in one of our restrooms or something.
3 is an easy project, and it's a valuable project in terms of the city's energy.
Yeah. And I think I put it out last week. So again, we flipped the script. We're investing a lot more in sidewalks because of what we heard from the council and through the election, year rhetoric. And so we're dumping a lot of money into sidewalks. See,
thank you for that. Do you want to just go down the list?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can lead, sure.
You lead us.
And so again, we talked about number 1. Any concerns about proceeding with that, with the exception of, again, I think it's a maintenance issue, Mr. Booter, and you've seen that curve where again you maintain and then once it drops off that curve, it's remove and replace, where the cost goes from $1.55 a square foot to 5 times that. So I think it's a maintenance issue.
So Javier, as your paving expert, told you that we're about to get to a replace stage if we don't do it this year?
We've got, well, let's not, I don't want to get into, but we're already, I will do the homework and come back to you when you adopt this. And if there's a concern that we have, and again, we'll take Ken out there, we'll wire brush it.
Do you want to do that with all of these?
My comment is that the area, the upper area, that little strip where you go from 10th, I guess, to the Sunset Center drive-in, that area is a mess, but the actual parking lot below feels okay.
Yeah, both driveways are horrible. They're narrow and irregular. Okay, we'll take a look.
There's some other improvements that need to be done there too. Retaining side.
Yeah, number 2, you'll review the list of road segments that we propose to resurface at your June meeting. So you'll see that list.
And that'll be added to the conglomerate?
Yes, sir, that'll be added to the conglomerate, yeah.
So now we'll be at $3 million. Or
no, I'm not sure because the conglomerate project is being sent out to bid right now, right?
We're poised to send it out, yes.
Yeah, so I don't think that those...
But Javier responded to a question by Mr. Delves last night, which was, we think that we can work it into our existing program. Was that a correct statement? Just say yes or no.
I think you said that last time.
Please.
I'll just restate what I said earlier, which is I think the public wants us to be spending more money on roads. I know we're carrying over $2.8 million, but if we have an $8 million net new CIP budget, I think they want a higher ratio than $300K out of $8 million. But.
Yeah, well, and that's, again, I think that if we continue to add even 10 short segments, we can continue to show the public that we're doing.
But this is what I asked about. The problem is that some of the roads have fallen off the PMI.
Yeah. Do we have that? Do we have that number? Do we have that? We've got this great slide that Mr. Barron asked about. What is our exposure for? Oh, she has it.
We do.
So the question from Mr. Barron was, how much would it cost to get all of our failed streets? And was that a 50 and below, Javier? Was it a 50 we used? We broke it between 3 different tiers. And I think they're even color-coded, aren't they, Jamie?
Yes.
So, and there's numbers associated with them. I think we missed a 0 in the first rendition, but.
You went through these slides. I don't remember seeing it.
So it might be a backup. There it is. So this is what Javier and we put together. So if you add up those numbers, those are failed or failing streets segments, and so it's one, two, so $2 million.
We should be doing that.
Yeah, that's what, is the conglomerate doing that?
No, the problem is that once the roads get down to, once the roads get down to poor, then we ignore them until they fail. And because our money is better spent fixing the roads before they fail.
Yeah.
And once they fail, we ignore them until they really fail. And these are the roads, like those $1.95 million worth of roads. Those are the roads that we hear about all the time.
I was going to say the obvious problem with that is then people are driving on failed roads and looking at failed roads.
And the problem is, so my proposal, and which flies in opposition to what we're talking about here, would be to add those roads to the list to this conglomerate paving project.
Give me 2 weeks, and again, we'll bring back the segments. We'd always proposed $300,000, so we'll see if we can't get to the failed segments in 2 weeks from yesterday. So I got it, I understand. Can we go back to the...
So do you have the project management capacity to do, like, you and I had a conversation about measuring the roads and evaluate, it's not just adding the roads to the spreadsheet and sending them to the paving company.
Again, it's a lot. There's less engineering involved in resurfacing a street with a slurry seal than there is removing and replacing, than digging it up, trenching, figuring out what's below, making sure we have new ADA compliant curb, gutter, ramps, all that kind of thing. So they are a little bit of apples and oranges. So again, give me 2 weeks and I'll bring back.
But if the $7 million
I'll give
CIP
you options.
Budget, you're going to bring us options.
I'll bring you options to spend $300,000. Pardon me?
To the adoption meeting, you're going to bring us options.
Yeah.
Should we have a meeting between now and then to just
No.
go through it?
No.
I mean, seriously, look what we're going through.
I'll tell you
here.
what we'll do. I'll send it out to you independently prior to the adoption, and we can talk about them individually with Ken and Javier and anybody else who wants to come. So again, we'll give you options on the 10 segments for resurfacing that he's already identified, or if you want to go with the failed number at the bottom, we can look at that as well. So let me give you some options. I hear what you're saying exactly.
Well, I don't want to make the 10 segment. I don't want to have the 10 segments fall into the failed. It's still important to do the 10 segments.
Does everybody want to do these road segments?
You don't know what they are yet, so.
No, but do you
Just
like
in
this
general?
idea? Yeah,
I'm
get more
just
aggressive at roads.
Confused because now we're talking about adding another $2 million to this total.
That's right.
And we're supposed to be here today to cut this down. So we're.
Well, that's what you want. And I don't mean that. I don't mean this with any I don't mean this as down. That's what you want, and I don't I'm not on board with that.
Well, I'm trying to be realistic here.
What did you tell Ms. Gramoff last meeting? You'd want to vote no.
I don't want anybody but a no on the budget.
I think the only other thing
failed and just above failed.
The only other thing that I'm looking for, from you, Chip, is the dollar amount is not necessarily a good proxy for the time involved.
Yeah.
So if on these you could tell me, hey, this is going to take a lot of staff time.
Well, that's why I don't want to answer it right now. So let us put our heads together. You're exactly right. It could be a very short segment that absorbs a huge amount of time. I will tell you again, and you're going to see the agreement with Monterey County at your agenda for June, and that was supposed to be really easy. Javier spent he used to have hair when he started that, negotiating with Monterey County. It's been through a lot. He has not hundreds of hours, but he's got a lot, and it's going to be a beautiful stretch.
It's not even on road.
Exactly. Well, why was it on the CIP last year? So
it wasn't.
So he's just started his coordination with Caltrans today. So anyway. Let's continue to go through, and I'll just if you give me a thumbs down. So we talked about the ADA parking on Scenic, really easy, good project. Again, dumping $500,000 into sidewalks. Again, we're doing Sunset pavers. We have the previously approved pavers from the Planning Commission. That's remove and replace, and the pavers are great because we can pluck them out and trim roots. So. That's good. We talked about Sunset Center retaining walls. That's so it's a redesign and construction. We'll be working on that one, especially with Ken, obviously. Junipero bypass pipe. This is again, we're continuing to invest in our storm drain master plan. And again, you have to design this because every time we put a spade in the ground here, we find things that we didn't know was there. So this really is the storm drain work is not generally a point and shoot. It is It is a design and dig and figure out what's going on.
Just a suggestion. I think it's helpful for you to provide, the kind of the quick overview, but maybe after each one, can we just quickly pause and does anybody have a problem with any of the ones you just listed?
I would point out that on the storm drain stuff that we did, there's a $20 million list of storm drain projects. The city is a mess. And, I've seen the work that's going on near my house between, you might have seen it near the Stevenson School, big, enormous project to fix a problem that's basically caused by county runoff water. We were going to do this last year, and this got axed. So last year we took the year off from doing storm drain stuff. We didn't. There wasn't anything on the list, and I really think this is my plug for this project. I think it's important to stay on the road.
It's we talk about plans that we produce then go on a shelf. The storm drains are just not sexy. They're just not. There's not something that your constituents are going to say the water's running down my street perfectly, Mr. Booter. You're not going to get those calls. But again, we're pecking away at a master plan that we developed, and this is the next phase. This is the next failed piece of corrugated metal pipe that we're going to replace.
You won't hear a problem from
All right, number 7, again, we talked about this is marching north from the Rio entrance to Mission Trail Nature Preserve. So these are sites 4 and 5. And
I'm still on record. I think we need to pump the brakes on Mission Trail. I think the work that's been done in there is outstanding. And I think they've addressed what's most important and what's most urgent. And I'm not saying no ever, but we got to cut something here. So.
Are you going to take a comment?
No.
I think we're closed public comment. One of the things that Mr. Delves asked me is, can we get the grant first and then budget for it? Well, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. In fact, we budget for the entire amount, and then we have to prove to the granting agency that we've completed the work. Then we get reimbursement, and that goes into my into fund balance.
Yeah, to Bob's comment, I would say we have 2 really excellent examples of doing work up front that has enabled us to get grants. The first is the first Mission Trail Nature Preserve project, where we got however much the grant was for that for the first 3 segments, and then we got the Coastal Commission adaptation grant for the simple reason that they saw initiative in the $150,000 that we spent of our own money to do the first part of the adaptation road. They said, you've invested in your own infrastructure to do this work. And so here's $500,000 to update your LCPE, and so I'm definitely in favor of keeping this on the list.
Okay.
Anybody else? Thumbs up. You okay with it?
You don't have to decide tonight, but just something to think about.
Well, I'm not trying to criticize this process, but it just feels like if we're going to go through all 30, I rather that we went through groups, but how are we going to be able to decide if we're not going to do it? I mean, we're just right now randomly going to...
Well, if we say we're going to do it, we don't have to worry about that.
Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's okay.
Again, we talked about number 8, ADA updates. Again, we have an ADA transition plan. It is a plan, and as long as this is protective. I mean, we just make small investments into ADA every year. Any questions or comments?
You got to do it.
Yeah, the shingles on the side of this building need attention. They're dry rotted in places, so I believe these are spot repairs. We're not ripping off all of the shingles and replacing them.
Pay me now or pay me later.
We're not going to stucco the building. Any questions or comments?
I think it's a good investment.
Okay. Number 10, again, as I've said, yes, we when we talk about the PD, we hear people say we don't demolish things, we repair them. Well, the fire station doesn't fit the new fire engine. They don't make a smaller version. In fact, we had to our fire engine that we bought that comes in December is actually already modified. It actually costs us more, because it doesn't have a tank on the front. So this moves an interior wall back. There's a small office at the back, so I think the design work is done and it moves it back.
That's number 12, right?
I'm sorry, did I jump ahead?
Number 10. We have to do it.
I apologize.
We have to do that.
Right, that's...
I jumped ahead to number 12, I'm sorry.
I think number 12 is what he just
Number 12.
described.
Number 12 is what I said.
What is number 10?
What's number 10?
City Hall, Fire Station, Vista Lobos.
Yeah, I can read that too.
Just what is it?
Yippee.
What is it?
Oh, sorry.
Somebody get that man a pizza.
So the $150,000, I think there was a shared list of program repairs based off a report similar to the master plan from Bureau Veritas.
Oh, that's right.
So
That's right. The Bureau Veritas report.
$150,000 was to tackle some of those high priority items off those lists.
Absolutely necessary? You view them as necessary, or you wouldn't have brought them up?
They were identified as
If we
necessary.
don't do it, we'll pay more later, probably.
Right.
Okay.
You know, one of the things, again, the Financial Stewardship Working Group is that we're looking at is, again, what is our overall infrastructure exposure? There's a good article in the Monterey County Weekly from last week about the city of Monterey's exposure, and it's, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, we don't own a wharf, we don't own the sewage systems, we don't own 67 buildings or whatever it is. But yeah, we did this report for all our city facilities, and again, these are repairs that are identified.
I was just having a little sidebar over here, like that, listening to Javier describe what number 10 is, like to Hans's point before, that one sounds really labor intensive to me. And I hear Dale in the background saying,
is that just design?
I hear Dale in the background say,
construction.
pay me now or pay me later, and I agree with that. But Hans had this point before about, thinking about projects that are low dollar and really labor intensive, really, really project manager intensive. Mm-hmm. And that project sounds like that.
Is this a project you think that Cleve would, so Cleve, our facilities manager, would facilitate these projects?
That's what he does.
So that's another great example. That's another great example. This is one that doesn't hit that choke point because it's not going to be Javier, right?
No, your point is well taken. I mean, it's not like Javier does all 30 projects. There is some, there are other professions that manage them, sir. You're right.
Maybe there's some kind of indicator we could put on this report that shows some code that says this is.
Yeah, let me work with Ken on,
resource intensive.
Who's responsible and when?
Just like a green, yellow, red, that red means it's gonna suck up project management and internal resources.
Yes, some certainly do. Again, some certainly take a lot more hands-on preparation work prior to going to bidding, and then maintenance and management. Fire backflow devices. So these are 3 buildings that need to be brought up to code. It's a safety issue, obviously. If I could jump over number 12, since I screwed that one up already. Number 13 was the Forest Theater stage. And again, in my tenure in the last decade, this is that 3rd time we've replaced the decking. And the mayor and I have talked about this because he spends a lot of time up there. And we think it's the venting. We think it's actually rotting from below. This is a project, I believe, that would also be managed by Cleve. But it's the cost of the plywood is just really expensive. So we're hoping, and remember, if you go in the basement, the ground floor, there's a lid, so it's not breathing from underneath. So hopefully we can get some additional venting and have it last more than 3 years.
Well, they're going to do multi-layers this time.
Uh-huh.
There's a layer over the plywood which will prevent it from warping and causing a problem.
Okay.
It will last a while this time.
We're hoping, Mayor.
Well, and it has to be done because it's breaking and it's dangerous.
Yeah, so anyway, we have that one in there, and that one, again, was facilitated by the mayor working with our tenant. Again, we've got a long-term lease with PAC Rep for the Forest Theater, our property. Park Branch Library windows, this is something we've kicked off the last several CIPs, I believe, and, the glazing's shot, and it really, this is at the park branch. This is not at the main branch. So this is something that we need to do. The windows are failing. It's very expensive though, Javier. It's a lot of money. Is it the entire building?
18 windows.
18 windows.
They're expensive.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Any questions or comments on that one? Piccadilly Park restroom expansion.
I say $200,000 design build.
Yes, so the mayor has provided me that he talked to a builder, Ethan Hare, and I think it was 250, wasn't it?
No, it's down to I got
Was
it
it
down to
200? Okay, so again, we can't sole source it to anybody in particular, but what the mayor is suggesting is that we go with the design build scenario, where and we're allowed to use design build here, right? per our purchasing ordinance. So anyway, we had booked it a little bit differently.
I don't particularly care whether we get an architect or whether we do design build. But I was out there with Doug Schmitz a couple of days ago and just kind of walking through and hearing the history of how the park was acquired and the park was designed. And I do think that we should be sensitive to the park. When this was first brought up, it's like, yeah, of course we need a restroom, but I do think that that we should provide some direction, I think, to whoever's designing it. Also in terms of, style a little bit, right? Like Dale talked about, maybe just kind of replicating the one that's there. Honestly, the one that's there is not great.
It's just a box glued on the side.
It's cheap.
It's there.
It's cheap. And so I guess my overriding point is, oftentimes we have these things where we're going to go build something, and I think it would be beneficial in a lot of these instances for us to provide a little bit more direction to somebody before we just say, hey, go design us a restroom. Like what kind of additional capacity are we looking for? What type of design, et cetera.
Yeah, this is a municipal project, so we should not be ignoring our own design review process. So Anna laughed, but this is something that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission.
And I would, I was gonna suggest that before you made that remark, and I would also suggest, there's been, in the past, there has been rumblings by the HRB because of the historicity of that block, that they have felt, a couple of members in particular have felt ignored when it comes to designs that go on that block. And I would, ask you to think about whether or not, given all that, whether the HRB needs to have some say in what goes on in that park.
And for what Mr. Barron's talking about, we've got conflicting opinions about when you have got a historic or adjacent to a historic resource. So let me work on this one a little bit more again with my team over the next 2 weeks.
I'm not in as big a hurry as others are for this one. I think it's important. I don't think it's urgent.
Go there on a weekend.
Oh, I've seen it, but okay.
This is just an example of one, I touched upon this a little bit earlier in my comments, that I would like to see perhaps some of the business people on that street pitch in, maybe like $5,000 each, or if we could change the bylaws of Visit Carmel and See Monterey, where they could give some money towards the project since they contribute to some of the tourism and wear and tear in the downtown. Maybe under the way we're going forward with this, we won't be able to do that, but ideally I would like to see with that and some of these other items where we're, whether it's a service group or downtown businessmen, just that they can contribute to some of it. I think that would be a good thing.
I think once you come up with a plan and a time frame, I think that's possible. Jack Galante would probably help.
Yeah,
well, that'd be great. This was kind of his idea.
It was totally his idea.
Nobody benefits more than him.
Right.
So, yeah.
Give us 2 weeks. We'll come back with a. I thought you got the architect's fee down a lot lower with we have an on-call architect. Wasn't it less than this?
I reached out for a proposal for WRD, World Ronquidos, and it was between $50,000 to $60,000.
Okay. Yeah.
Why don't you talk to the guy that did the original restroom?
He's
already got the plans.
I understand that. I reached out to one of our on-call architects for an assessment of the value or the cost that it would take to design the additional restroom.
Yeah, we'll look at the as-built drawings and see who that was, Mayor. I don't know who it was off the top of my head. Could we go to the next slide? I'm sorry.
Interest at some point.
Yes, let's go.
Okay, go ahead.
So the next one is the Police Department Public Works Building Project, and this we've got an additional $50,000 booked. Again, you approved some. Thanks, Brandon. Did you flip the slide? Oh, thank you, Jamie. You approved. You told me to go ahead and make some safety improvements, which are in progress, and doors and security systems. And this is kind of the last phase of those improvements until we decide what we're going to do with the building. Now, again, any remainder balance from the $3± million that we had previously budgeted is going to flow back into the general fund, because you told me to stop there. We've made some great progress on our the PD, Public Works, ad hoc, whatever it is, and we've got our area measurements down. We're working on a budget, and we're going to meet with some outside professionals to get some additional input. We're not spending any money with any of the consultants that we had previously hired.
Number 17, I've thoroughly vetted with Javier. Javier did a great job with the elevator company. I can vouch that's something we need to do, or else people are going to get stuck in the elevator.
Yeah, this one's been back and forth.
We cut out the other freight elevators, so this is a good investment. It's a long-term investment instead of a short fix.
Any questions about the power supply in the elevator?
It's basically replacing all the guts of the elevator.
Sunset Center, again, this is the second phase. Last year we painted the north wing, and this is additional painting. Again, the remodel was 25 years ago. Things are breaking. They're falling apart. They're requiring a lot more love. We use the example, if you don't put oil in your car, this is a classic, and we're still paying the debt service on it, as Jamie.
Did you find out if you could use the same contractor and extend the existing contract?
We haven't gone that far.
But they did a great job, so I would recommend that if you can.
Any question on the painting? The yoga center roof is shot, so this is a new roof. Those are historic cottages. It will not be, I think it's wood shake now, so I don't think we're going back with wood shake, but it will not be metal either. That was supposed to be a joke.
I laughed.
Thank you. Mr. Barron's not laughing at me. Any questions about that? So Rio and Junipero Median Island enhancement. This is I think this is a cooperative project with Carmel Cares. Is that?
You can lower that to 25, and I'll get it done. Honest.
The mayor.
Attaboy.
All right, we'll lower that one to 25,000.
He's earning his salary.
I'm helping Bob out here. I'll figure out how to do something really nice for $25,000.
Great.
Or I'll get donations.
Great. Thank you.
I'll get donations
Thank you.
to do the rest.
Any questions on the Median Island? Reconstruction of the 4th Avenue outfall. Again, we did the design work. We're working on that now. This is very specialized work, kind of in the intertidal almost. And Javier, you got that number from the design team? Yes.
So it's a big one, and it needs to get done.
Yeah.
And so we're optimistic we'll get it done this year? Yes?
Well, that seems like, just to set your expectations, I mean, that's a really important piece of hardware, and the rainy season is coming, and so unless you start it, the next couple months, you're going to be looking at next year, right? And then we're up against the fiscal year, so just set Bob's expectations. I don't know.
Yeah,
this fiscal year seems a little risky to me.
Yeah, we'll write a paragraph on that when we come back in 2 weeks for budget adoption, and we'll get Javier to just write a couple of sentences on how the design is coming, and then what his vision is for the bidding and construction process.
But if it's not going to happen this year, we need to make sure that it's safe. That site is safe.
Yeah, we got to make sure it's safe. Yeah.
But if to your point, Jeff, you're right. And if it's not going to happen this fiscal year, then let's put it in next fiscal year.
Let's kick it off.
That's just the discipline I'm trying to get. And I'm not saying we're there yet.
Thank you, Council. Number 22 is the staircases, one at 10th and one at 12th. Brandon is working actually on the 10th Avenue staircase. 10th North, because there's two, 10th North and South. And so the one at 12th is a little bit more tricky because it's on these stilts. So, but we need to do it. We need to get these done.
I think it can be done for 200 or less.
Let's keep this in there,
There's
Mayor.
no wrong, we'll put the money to something else.
Yeah.
Who's on the hook if the Rio Road and Unipro Avenue meeting minutes come out for
I'll
more
raise the
than
money. Don't worry.
$25,000?
I'll raise the
Chip or
money.
Dale?
We paid for half of the medians, the other medians, and that was 100, and that was a lot. That's way more. I've got ways to do it for less money now.
Thank you, Council. Number 23 is the Forest Plan Implementation Year 2. This is the catch-up plan.
Yep.
So again, we spent very, very close to $1 million this fiscal year. We will have spent that in the next next 30 days. And this is the next phase. And the one thing that Mary's been working on with Justin is working with the Forest and Beach Commission to represent the numbers as they'd like to see them. So again, we'll be working with Ken and just making sure the numbers are accurate, because there was something wrong with the numbers regarding stumps last year when we presented to council. So we'll get all these numbers right. The punchline is it was a 3-year plan. It looks like by the end of this fiscal year, again, in the next 40 days, we'll be ahead of the 1 year, 1/3 estimate. Are you biting your tongue, or you disagreeing with me?
No, not at all.
So we're working hard on this.
Excitement. That's excitement.
No, this one is, and again, this is something that
many
Ken,
chemicals.
Mr. Wyckoff, Mr. Ken is a certified master arborist as well. So I think he's really we had a meeting today about wildfire, and really good committee meeting with the chair of the Forest and Beach Commission and Mr. LePage, Mr. Booter, and myself, and the fire chief. We'll be bringing more people in, but I think that Ken really has, he can do all the vertical work as well, but his passion point and a lot of what he's been doing for the park districts in the past are in the natural environment. So we've really gained, just a huge amount of capacity. And thank you again for joining us, Ken.
I second that.
Devendorf Park improvements.
Can I ask a
This
question
is like
on
the
that,
War Memorial.
Since you
Sorry.
just brought up the wildfire thing, if we had to, later in the year, if it grew out of this, wildfire preparedness committee, that we wanted to invest a little bit more in fuel reduction, for example, I guess that would be an operating expense rather than a capital project. So,
Again, she's pointing. It looks like capital again. Bob Herrera was pretty strict about what was a capital expense versus what was a contractual services operating expense. But I think we've been a little bit more open-minded about it this year. So Jamie's saying capital, and again, I think it depends on the size of it. So if we're going to dump $500,000 in a fuel load reduction, I think that's really kind of capital work.
but that would not be a Javier item. That would be like a forestry or
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Jamie,
remember-
so to your point, Jamie's saying it's a capital item. So if we were a real company and we had a capital budget, you would put a $250,000 stump removal project on the capital budget and depreciate it every year. I want to hear you say that.
If I was a timber company, yes, I would capitalize, yes. Yes.
If you look at the budget book in the policies section, we put a definition of what capital projects are for governments, and they include large investments in maintenance or other infrastructure. So now what you're asking is, would you capitalize it as an asset that gets depreciated over time? If you're a company, you've got a piece of land and you've proved it by doing this work on it, you bet.
You would.
But this is really just in the government world, large maintenance and other deferred or other maintenance.
Chip and I have been having this discussion for years about, capitalizing work in the forest. And what I struggle with is we're catching up on maintenance work that we haven't done.
Well, yeah.
So that's like, I'm cleaning out the plumbing in my house. I'm not going to really capitalize that because I should have kind of been doing it all along.
But you can write off that expense at your house from your capital gains. So we're doing the same.
Keep it moving.
Yes, sir.
I think you're screwing around, but I'll say that until later.
So what we're going to do is we're going to come up with, obviously, hopefully at mid-year we'll have a plan for additional fuel load reduction. One of my homework assignments was to show Mr. Booter and team how much we have spent you know, not a celebration, but how much we have spent in maintaining the urbanized forest in the past decade. I am at
24.
Devendorf Park Improvements.
I'll let you cut that in half too.
I was going to say, can you get that to 25?
I can't.
It's at 25. I did kind of check for 15 for.
Is that included in there?
Yeah, that is currently in.
So 10.
I'll cut it to 35.
Okay, we'll go to 10, Jamie. Thank you, 10. Do I hear 5? Do I hear 5?
I'll take the 15 off if you've already spent it, but it's if the 15 is included, then keep it here.
What's going on here?
I already spent the 15.
They're getting a value.
Okay, we'll go to 35.
Works.
The sand ramp at 8th Avenue obviously needs a lot of work. And again, it's not just pushing the sand. It's not just pushing the sand. It's actually relocating the boulders at that sand ramp.
You really are ready to do that?
Well, no, this is design and construction. We ready to do that, Mary? Yeah. There it is. Yep, Mary says we're ready to go.
That's going to make a lot of people happy.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that, again, we haven't done a good job maintaining. Scenic pathway enhancements. Is this a collaborative project as well, Mary? With Carmel-Caris? It's 100 and 100?
Yeah,
so this is a match. This is a grant match, $100,000.
Yeah, plus project management and traffic control and all the rest of it.
And this would be
get all that for free.
Yes, this would be obviously at prevailing wage, this prevailing wage job. So, with DIR reporting. Yeah. Number 20. I'm sorry. Any questions or comments about that one? Apologize. Library Master Plan Administration. This is one again that we're proposing to eliminate because it's taken care of by our partners, as well as again this film replacement. We're probably going to get new windows anyway, so we can remove that. And Ms. Wright isn't here to defend herself. And then number 29, this is a tricky one. I think Brandon and Anna said we can reduce this to $100,000. Again, Mr. Delves and I have been talking about this. Mr. Buder and I talked about this last night. I'm still not convinced that we don't have we have the expertise in-house. We don't have the time capacity. So we're going to try to get a better price than $200,000. So we'll lower that, please, in the budget.
I just want to make a pitch on this one. I think this may not be the area that we want to cut on. Like I think we want to make sure that if we have objective design standards that they are super high quality, and I think the idea of creating that in-house really scares me. You're talking about getting rid of subjective design review, or for things where there is no subjective design review by state law, like an ADU. This is all we have.
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact that we've got a quiver of professional planners in the back, and even the consulting firms, all they do is take each other's work and copy it. So I just struggle with.
I went and looked at the group we hired gave the 5%, 10 projects they did. I went and looked at most of them. It's like, take that.
I disagree. I think that what we want here, I'm a little worried that this is going to wind up being like the design traditions thing, where we hired a consultant and then we sort of threw it out the window after we spent a few $100,000 on it. I think that we need some.
And look how that project is going. Like we hired a consultant who was starting to do a job, and then we tossed it out, and 5 years later, the project is still going on.
My point is
the original one is looking pretty good.
My point is that we need to be very careful about this, because you are literally like, whatever you write down there, those are the rules and the parameters, and it would be really easy to screw it up. And we have a really eclectic architectural set of styles here, and I just think that's a really complicated thing to do. Okay, so I wouldn't want to pinch pennies.
Okay, we're going to try to get it. We're not going to do anything without your approval. You have to award the contract anyway, so we'll come back. Let's keep the 200 in there for now. We'll budget that, and then if we can get it down, Brandon, to 100, or find a brilliant planner to fill the principal planner position, we'll come back and talk about it. And the last one are these are CEQA for Mission Trail Nature Preserve. These are monitoring requirements for the existing for the projects we've completed, 1, 2, and 3, and for the CEQA work for the Carmel Forest Management Plan. And assure me, Mary, that the CEQA work is also for the the coastal development permit for the work in the preserve as well, right? Because we have to renew that?
No, the CEQA, so it's long-term mitigation for the Mission Trails Nature Preserve. And then for the forest management plan, it was an exemption that they were proposing. It was
But we still have to get it, we have to issue ourselves a CDP, don't we?
Yeah, but there was only 30,000 for, I think we had a larger budget and we cut it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council.
Can I make a quick comment?
Is it possible to make a
Yeah,
comment?
it's quick. Okay. I feel like this sort of devolved a little bit, and I think it would be wise for us to just schedule a dinner, if we're going to get to, past 6 o'clock or something, just schedule a dinner, because I don't think it's a good look for us to be grouchy or rushing through stuff up here. And, these are important things. It's a lot of money on the table, and I just think that that would benefit us, so.
Yeah, or maybe some process between the last time we looked at this and now. I think there's something we could have done with feedback instead of doing it here.
Part of the frustration might be that it feels like the same discussion over and over again.
Yeah, and maybe we just didn't give enough feedback in between.
Thanks, Chip. So, just to say it, we didn't object to anything in the $6.789 million of CIP other than $50,000 and some other things. But we probably took out $150,000. And I was prepared to push back on about at least $2 or $3 million of that by just saying they're not important, or they're important but not urgent, and should be delayed a year. I'm not going to do that now. I didn't do it as we were going through because I didn't feel the energy was worth it. But if we're going forward with a total of $10.249 million in capital spend for next year, we'll just, I guess, we're going to go and see how we do. I don't think it's wise.
Should make Jeff happy.
Well, I'm going to hold Chip's feet to the fire to get a project manager online.
Yeah. What do you think? There you go.
I just want to chime in. I feel disappointed by this whole process, and Rob, I share your feelings, because I went in here thinking we really were going to cut this. The past 2 years, I have not supported our budgets because we've had $8 million in capital improvements, which I know we're not going to be able to do. We don't have the staff capacity. We've looked at the historic chart. We've never spent more than $2 million a year on it. And yet we obviously don't have the appetite to make those cuts, and I sense that too. I could have spoken up on more of them, but we just don't have the votes to do it. So I guess we're stuck in the minority here, but I was hoping that we would be able to cut back on some of these and not eliminate them altogether, but just push them along. But that doesn't seem to be where we're going, so I think we're stuck with it.
All right. Do you have the direction you need?
Thank you.
Jamie, you're good? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out if you're still here.